Open your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Your mind.
Where's he at?
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so, a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion. Three PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks in the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper until you read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? Think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to protect you? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Peace, folks, and welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought series right here on the T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you Negroes knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Tonight, the Hours of Power debates have returned, of course, but I got a bit of bad news. My man AJC in red said he's not going to be able to make it. Yeah, he said he got caught up at work, and he said, X, I'm not going to be able to make it. But the good news is I found a replacement. So it's still on. The one and only brother S.K.C is going to be filling in for brother AJ. So that should be very interesting. But y'all know, before we get started, I always start the stream off with thanking you good folks for your likes, your shares, your subs, your views, and of course your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize you don't have to do it. You don't have to watch these damn streams. You don't have to show up to these debates. You don't have to share. You don't have to like. You don't have to sub. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. But you good folks choose to do so, man. And I want you to know, man, I don't take it lightly. I never have. I never will. That's why I always start every single stream like this. Because I want y'all to know, man, that I'm appreciative. I'm thankful. I'm humbled. I'm honored. Okay? I'm honored that you good folks, man, hang out up in here, man, and y'all support the platform. You know, y'all participate in the platform, man. And I just want y'all to know, man, that I thank you and I appreciate it. Okay? All right. So let's get at it. Like I said, the OGJ Speed will be here. Like I said at the start of this, brother AJ isn't going to be able to make it, but brother Supreme is going to come in and fill in. So this should be good. They hadn't hammered out what they were going to be debating. So I guess it's like some potluck shit tonight. All right. I mean, I guess they're just gonna debate whatever. As soon as everybody is in the house, I will go ahead and figure out what they're gonna do. Brother Supreme is already here, so let me go ahead and bring up my phone. Brother Supreme,
Hey, what's going on, man?
what's good with it, man?
Oh, nothing much, man. I always will, fill in for the for those who can't do their thing. I'm interested in seeing what J Speed wants to kick my behind in, because
Aha.
yeah, but
Well, let me say this to you, man. I appreciate you filling in, man. Last notice, brother. I do.
nah, it's no big deal, man. I'm gonna try something different today because
Okay.
I'm gonna talk my noise right now. I'm gonna say I don't really think that Jay Speed is gonna bring a topic that I can't debate him in. So
Mhm.
what I'm going to do is, while debating him, I'm also working and editing in the background. So I'm doing two things at once. So
Oh,
people can
shit.
take that to the bank.
Uh-oh. And the OG has arrived. Let me bring him in. OG,
Hey, what's up?
what's good with it, man? What the
Hey,
hell? What kind of effect you got going on
I
there?
got some good stuff going on. I got all kinds of stuff going on. Y'all know I'm the effect man. I don't need y'all. Been doing this shit ever since I was 16. How's everybody doing? I hope their family doing great and well. I heard that last statement. I don't know. He changed his name. ESSKAYCEE. Okay, I got it. There's a lot of things I could debate this brother on. I mean, there's certain things I know he's qualified to debate me on, but there's certain things I know he don't know a damn thing about.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah,
I'm not one of those guys,
yeah, I
JC,
know.
that are going to sit up here and state that they are a specialist in every field. No, I have my whole. So
I know you have
there's a
your
lot of times
own.
where you say things
Yeah,
and you're talking about certain subjects, and all I do is just sit and listen, man, because I'm just learning.
yeah. That's what you're supposed to do, and that's what I do too. When I don't know some shit, I learn some shit.
Yeah,
At least me, like when you got somebody who's qualified to teach you some stuff, you just sit back and keep them ears open.
yeah,
Yeah, because I have did many things in my life everything from cement masonry to a master mechanic certified.
But there you go.
So, when you start bringing down, 350s and combustion engines, I don't give a damn. You got a plane, train. If you can land it, goddamn, I can work on it.
Hey, as long as you know the basics of it, huh?
No, it ain't the basic. When you get that master on your goddamn sleeve, the T.O.P. what I'm talking about. When you get that master on your sleeve, you don't do no more run shop.
Pretty much.
There
Especially
go.
once you ASE certified. I mean,
That's
it's
it.
like
I got every last one of my shirts got on Mr. on mine and that certification with the little square on it. Matter of fact, if you check out some of my videos, you can see me, doing the things, showing people shortcuts, how to get away from them dealership.
So
GM
I'm
is my thing.
so I'm curious, OG, like because I heard that you said that you're gonna kick my behind and whatever. So I'm like, what is it that you want to talk to me about? What do you want to debate with me
I
about?
really was looking for AJ, and for some reason or another, I don't know why he didn't. TOP, no.
he said he got
Mr.
caught up at work, man. He
He
said he
got
got
caught
caught
up
up
at
at
work.
work.
Well, tell him. Let me talk to his boss man, and I can give him 2 hours. I get 2 hours. He won't get fired. Let him talk. Let me talk to his boss man. I'm pretty sure I can get him 2 hours. You might take it out of his vacation time, but I get to it. Nah, and throw the dice, man. I'm gonna have to piggyback on. I heard our show, and I was looking at his show last night, and I just went through some of his archive. You was on there. You was taking a lot of heat on there. So
Yeah, I don't think so. I think
no, because you don't take it that way. You don't go up or down. You know what I mean?
well,
You
I mean,
even kill.
I think though, in those sectors, I think people take things a bit too seriously, and I think that they're married to certain viewpoints,
Yes, sir.
and whenever they hear a dissenting viewpoint, they try to pile on. But in doing so, I don't think that they realize that sometimes they actually prove my point.
Okay, I tell you what we can debate on, and we might differ because you do have a different approach. Let's debate on it. Is this entertainment, black YouTube entertainment, or is it serious?
I think it's entertainment.
I think it is too. So I
Yeah,
don't think we're gonna go debate on that. We agree on that shit. But the problem with it, AKC, you better put your name up there, guys. You know I'm gonna mess it up. If you don't have them initials up there. But
no,
anyway,
that's why I left it up there as such, so it'll be like a phonetic spelling.
okay. Well, that's gonna mess me up. Then, God damn it. But anyway, we agree on that. But the problem is the people who run the channels and the people who come into these channels, they think it's education.
Well, to a certain degree, I think.
I mean, some, not all. Now, we can't put all of us in the same basket.
Yeah,
But a lot of people who come here, they come from information, and they literally take the things they hear over here as real.
well, well, I'm just looking at it at generally, combining all the places together. I would say it's pretty much 80-20. 80% entertainment, 20% um, things that you can take and use in real life.
Right. No,
But
I agree along
but
with you.
even of that 20%, I think that you have to vet that 20% against if you as a person can use it, because it's not something. I don't think that even all of the information that comes out of that 20 is workable for everyone.
Well, you right about that. So I don't, I guess you got to throw it up in the air and figure out what we could debate about, because the last two things we don't talk about, we agree 100%. So you got to toss something out there where we can debate about. Just put it out there, man. I feel the same way you feel. Ain't nothing too much you can talk about that I can't talk about on some level or another. And not even you working the internet and you into your graphic design and all that shit. I built my first computer in 1992.
Yeah, yeah, man.
So
Yeah, same here.
OG
I
is,
done built a rig
OG
from
is a
scratch
different
as
kind
well.
of OG is a different kind of boomer.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
Okay.
then
Okay.
maybe we can start off with a conversation and then go from there. Maybe a
Oh, how
debate will
about
come
that?
out of our conversation.
Okay. Before y'all do that, I just want to hit the audience in the head with a few programming notes. So y'all go ahead and kind of figure out, stew on what you want to do, and I want to fill the audience in on some things.
Go ahead.
All right. Y'all know I got a few good shows coming up for y'all in the next couple of days, folks. Starting with tomorrow, Citizen Lou will be here, and the title of the stream is "The Expatriate." Citizen Lou will be he'll be in the house tomorrow, and he'll be talking about expatriation and giving out some travel gems and some travel tips to you brothers. So you definitely want to catch that tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page. Brother Lou will be in the house. Then we end the week with none other than a Dark Exodus tale / These Old Mama series. We will be talking about the young fella who just found himself dead at the hands of his old mama. Yeah, that's right. We will be discussing it tomorrow, Friday, and I believe Brother Game Changer is going to be here riding shotgun. I believe we will be talking about the Fallon Harris story. Brother Game Changer did a stream on it today. He'll be coming through, I believe, Friday night, and we're gonna be talking about this, man, because y'all know how I am when it comes to these old mamas, man. So we're gonna go ahead and dig into this, man, and we're gonna go ahead and talk about the Fallon Harris case and the young fella, I believe his name is Caden Ingram. We're gonna talk about the story tomorrow, man. I mean Friday. We're gonna dig into it, man, and try to bring y'all some facts about it. And we also gonna talk about the situations around this case, man, and quite possibly, man, this young fella, man, he didn't have to die, man, if people would have did some of the right things. So
Popular
make sure
thought.
make sure you hear
Properly.
Friday. Make sure you are here Friday. Friday's going to be good. All right.
Popular thought.
All right. So, what you got for me, OG?
I guess we go. You know what? Since me and him have always went at each other, let's just debate why or should I or him uh, have these conversations with each other. Let's debate on that. Do I have a reason why did I say the things to say by him, or he have the reason to say the things about me? Let's debate on that. What my belief of you and what your belief of me. And I think we can really get into that because we have been in these corners, and believe it or not, the first person I ever had a back chat with was S.K.C and two more other brothers. What's his name? MT. Uh, you remember when we were having that conversation? This has been about a year ago. S.K.C.
Yeah, yeah, man. You know, for the most part, uh,
And we
our
can start
that
that in an open conversation, open 7 minutes.
yeah, yeah, but our real back and forth has always been between, as I would call it, the community.
Yes, sir.
You believe that it's worth saving. I don't. Uh,
Yes.
but but we have our different reasons why. And I don't know. I think that's the real the only real arguments that we've had.
Right.
Outside of that, we agree on
Well,
I don't
well,
know so many different subjects. So
well. Do y'all want to debate that? Do y'all
Yeah.
want to do
That,
y'all want
that,
to
that,
debate that?
yeah.
Do y'all want to debate that?
Sure. Okay.
That
Well,
sounds good.
should the
Okay.
community, is it work?
Is this
Is
a
it,
worth keeping?
yeah, yeah. And you're the affirmative. So I guess you would start.
Well, the negative goes first. The negative goes first.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
Negative goes first.
okay.
All right. So that's what we're debating, right? Is is black society worth saving? That's what we debating.
Sure.
All right,
Sure.
let me go ahead and I'll change my banner while you're doing it. So, all right. 7 minutes on the clock. Brother Supreme, you are up, sir. Opening statements. Pull the trigger.
Sure. Um, when people talk about black society, or as I would say, the community, um, when the conversation comes up, there's a lot of mixed feelings that people have about it because, um, for the most part, uh, Black Americans have dealt with identity issues. They don't know whether they should be African Americans or just Americans, or um, there's conversations that take place about what it means to be black, what is blackness, what is anti-blackness. In all of that, there's other conversations about what really is white supremacy, and does it still permeate today in the way that it existed in the past. Um, these topics range from politicians to academia to barbershop conversations all over the United States. And um, one point of all of that is that whatever you want to call us, I'll just say black for brevity. But we do not have a consensus of what we should think, what we should do, how we should act. Uh, Lots of times there's a word that is used that we should be on code. We don't like definitions. The actual definition for code, it comes from, it's a root word of codex, which is a written pamphlet or a written book. So a code is supposed to be something that is in writing. That's why later on people would have to say there was an unspoken or a unwritten code. We don't have any of that, and some of that is due to the fact that many of us do not have a link to our historical backgrounds past, I would say, three, four, five generations at max. So um, when people bring up the conversation about should the community or society um, exist, is it worth saving? I think no. I think the experiment over time has shown that um, what has been tried to be built outside of American culture um, has been a failure. Some of the reasons behind that, we look at, um, take for instance, just a couple of days ago, the mayor of East St. Louis had to call for a citywide curfew. Now, 96% of the residents in East St. Louis are black. The mayor is black. The police department is mainly black. No one can say that black people were victims to white supremacy in this city. No, they're doing it to themselves. They're killing themselves. They're, doing all these crimes and so forth. So much to the soul to where, again, the mayor had to state that anyone that's caught on the streets after midnight will get arrested. Period. That shows you that there is a lack of respect, um, a lack of wanting to follow law amongst black people. Again, the entire city was 96% black. So Um, I know that's a small section of the United States, but it talks to a larger problem of how black people as a whole do not have a sound working culture that is set on building up the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. In fact, the family issues have been um, going downhill ever since the 1960s for whatever reason. People can say welfare, some people say feminism, some people will throw in white supremacy. Nevertheless, it's failed. That's just an unadulterated truth. It's a failure. So to try to come in at the 11th hour and try to rectify all of those things, I think it's just it's too much to ask of young people. Um, and I don't think that it's a worthy cause because there's so much more to enjoy and to deal with in the world, and it'll be so much easier to look at different cultures around the world, um, for each individual to grab a lot of the great ideas that come out of those cultures and to thrive, because today is more of a globalized society, especially with the advent of the internet and um, all of the tools of the fourth age of industrialization. So, it sounds good to get on this Black Power Ungawa stuff, but at the end of the day, when you look at history, Africa was the one that sold us. So, as much as people have this animosity towards old white slave owners, they failed to have that same animosity towards a lot of the Western African countries that were involved in the slave trade. It's called a trade for a reason. They got something in return for the people that they gave up. And even since then, you can just take with all of the Western African nations and their involvement in the UN. Never have they came to the U.S. or put on the docket that they were duped during the slave trade, and and that African Americans or South African Americans should have some type of reparations and could return home to the land of their forefathers. That's never been done because they don't want us. That's my time, right? I think it's I think OG, you are muted. I can't hear you.
Y'all gonna let me know when you're ready to go. Can you hear
Okay.
me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I don't know if he's having problems on his end. Okay. Anytime you start the clock, I will go. Come on, man. You can't be getting that coffee break in the middle of a show. There.
Oh, okay. I'm back, y'all. All right. All right. 7 minutes on the clock. OG, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Opening statements.
My opening statement is I think sometimes y'all might misunderstand what I'm saying. So I'm gonna try to say it as clear as possible tonight, so you get a true definition of what I'm trying to say, and comprehend what I'm saying. First thing we got to get out the way is understanding the words we use. When you start talking about white supremacy, well, me and you are in the same boat on that. There's nobody superior over me in the first place. And see, this is the part that get a lot of black people up and cuff and dancing and hating on each other because when you use that word supremacy, the proper way to approach that conversation is the way Dr. Frances Webster Crescent put it out there. She never said white supremacy. She said the system of white supremacy. Now, I'm going to break down the system so you can quite understand it, where I come in at. No, it's not the same as it was in the 40s, the 50s, the 1800s, 1700s. It has an evolution within itself. As things change, tactics change. Now, when you start talking about a system, for any of you ever go to a casino or anything, well, the math has already been put together. So when you go in that casino, you thinking you go get lucky, when that's pretty much what you have to do is get lucky, because the math has been put in a certain way that it's go benefit this casino, not you. You might win, see 4 or 5 people out of the night win big, but they have collect millions of dollars for the other suckers that lost all their money. So this deck is already stacked. It seems like it's okay between the flashing lights and the bells and the whistles and the nice, foreground, background, a nice place, hotel, whatever. It seemed like a nice place to be at. But you got to understand that casino is built to take your money. Even though they don't come out and say it, they always use the word that you can come and win money, but they never use the word that you can take money. And for you, the ones who believe that the system of white supremacy don't exist, then you don't believe government exists, because government was not made for black people. That's number one. It was a European nation, and exactly, you look at it, they tell you right in front of your face. They don't say it's the House of the United States of America. They say it's the White House. I think all but one who signed the Constitution and the Declaration, Constitution, were slave owners. You absolutely carry slave owners in your pocket today. Every last currency you got in your pocket with a picture of a president were a slave owner. And just think about this, people. If you don't think the system exists, who you think any Jews would ever take any currency with Hitler's picture on it? It would have never happened. You can't find a picture of Hitler in Germany. So when you start understanding the system is your religion, your government, your political arena. It covers all that. And for you, the ones that say to yourself, well, you got a city over there in Louisiana, you got a St. Louis, you got black this, 80%, 90%, whatever. It really don't make any difference. Let me just give you an example. Mexico was overthrown. The Spanish was overthrown, over 100 years ago, 50 years ago? But they left their system there. And listen to what their system is. The Spanish language that Mexicans speak is not their native tongue. The religion they practice over there is not their native religion. The way they run their country is set up by Germany and Spain, mostly Spain influence. So when you understand what a system is a system no other than any systems you have in any corporation. The bankers have systems. Black people who run business have systems. Surely my brother, he has a system how he goes in an attack and try to do his graphic design. There's a system to it. So I don't know why we scared of the system, because the system means one thing and one thing only. That most of all the things put in that system is there to benefit whites first, have white interests first. It don't mean that black people cannot thrive in that system, which that would be a lie. We have very much success of black people surviving in that system. But you got to understand, just because you survive in something, that don't mean that the system is fair and unjust. And so for people who are smarter than me and these brothers put together, have understood this in the past, and people who are smarter than me and him today understand why the banks are still being sued for red line and red balling and all the kind of stuff. Most of the FBI reports about traffic stops, just look at that. And I will get into the second part of this. He was talking about the African trade slave. There was two. There was an eastern one, and then was a western one. And I'll get into that a little later. But I want y'all to understand the system more than anything. When I call the system of white supremacy, I don't mean that there's a white man more smarter than any black person out there, or more technical skill or anything. Even though anytime they let us in the door, we bust it wide open. I don't care if it's basketball, electronics, mechanical, anything that they let us in the door, we go in there and sell and see and start changing the records of it. And so, if you understand the system, you will likely understand me a lot more. What I'm really saying, I'm not saying a white person or a white any white person is more smart than a black person. Thank you.
All right, that's going to be time. Now we are going into the rebuttal rounds, and we all know the rebuttal rounds are 5 minutes per debater. Uh, Brother Supreme, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. This is the rebuttal round.
Sure. Um, I know that OG wants to go into the thoughts about systems. Of course, we're talking about whether or not the community is worth saving. So, of course, thoughts about an imperfect system are going to come up. White supremacy and how it operates within a system against black people. Nevertheless, there isn't a such thing as a perfect system worldwide. When you think about governments, even when OG and X were talking about being ASE certified mechanics, there are no systems of mechanics that are perfect. That's why you have mechanics, because it needs constant maintenance. It needs to be fixed from time to time. You have people like Gabe A, that's in the chat right now. And Keep It Techie. They are IT specialists because those systems are not perfect. They need people in order to um, rectify issues that come up in them from time to time. So when black people make this issue talking about, oh, the system is rigged against you, or there's inherent system problems within the American government and so forth, well, that's why you have a court system of law, and you try to have other checks and balances in place in order to balance those things out. But there's no such thing as a perfect system. If you believe that, well, then just look at some of the systems that take place over in Africa. I'll give you note of one, since people want to bring attention to getting back to their supposed culture over in Africa as some type of gaining some connection to their cultural beginnings. Well, over in the Ukraine, there was a wrestler named Zan Bilanuk, and he was a wrestler. He won the first gold medal for the Ukraine. However, his father was killed in the Hutu and Tutsi civil war. So let's say if Mr. Belanuk, the black brother in Ukraine, didn't know his history, and someone just connected to him and said, yeah, you go back to Africa, connect with, whoever you can or whatnot. And he connected with the Tutsi tribe, but then was unaware the entire time that it was the Tutsi tribe that actually killed his father. How much sense would that make? So it's the same thing with how black people try to do these reconnections with a continent of Africa, which is comprised of several different countries. Africa has 1/3 of all spoken languages on the planet on its continent. So it just shows you how fragmented things are within that entire continent, and yet you have people stating that they want to reconnect with Africa, as it were. And I only bring this up because usually that is brought up as a counter to white supremacist America, as if all of those different countries inside of this continent operate as one, and that their systems work and are absolutely fair, have no flaws or no faults in them, and that's absolutely untrue. So I understand that whole point of reasoning of trying to point out different flaws within the current system that you're in, but I think it would be better suited for young people to understand what are some of the flaws. If they wanted to work on trying to fix them, they can. But another idea would be understanding how to circumvent some of those issues. If you know that as a black person, a black man in America, that you believe that you're going to have a unfair shake when it comes to, let's say, the legal system. Well, then how about not deal in illegal activities? Not even be around it. Keep your nose superiorly clean, even more so than other people. Be a model citizen in that regard. Um, there's just as if it would be like if a runner knew that he had a certain issue that hurt him during the race, instead of complaining about that issue, it would be better for him to figure out how to work on that weakness and then do what is necessary in order to be able to compete.
All right. And the official timekeeper of the TPOT debates has arrived. And trust me, he's going to do a much better job than my black ass will. What's good with it, brother KIT?
What's up, T.P.O.T? What's up, S.K.C? What's up, OG? What's happening?
Hey,
What's
you
going
got it,
on,
brother.
Kentucky?
Glad you made it.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So we are in the we're in the rebuttal rounds, brother KIT. So all right. 5 minutes on the clock. OG, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger.
Okay. See, this is why Nilla Fuller and Dr. Francis Webster would always say if you say it right, there's no way they can get around it. When you say white supremacy, there's an argument with that. But when you say the system of white supremacy, they can't get around it. Yes, everybody knows there's a system, and everybody knows there's a mathematical formula for everything that we create on this planet. There's no dispute in that. But when he talks about a system techie or anybody who do graphic designs, mechanic work, or anything, there is a system. But that system is worked around of how that system is supposed to get the best out of whatever you're doing with that system. So if you're a mechanic, you got your OBD1, OBD2, you plug it up in your computer and it's a system that's going to tell what the system is running right or wrong. If you doing graphic design and coding, you got certain ways you have to code a certain way, put a certain this or that in front of it so it knows exactly the command that you'll give. We do understand that system. But don't get that confused, my brother, with the human system. Because the system I'm talking about was designed on a preference of skin color, a preference on race. It's not was designed on how things was going to operate as a human collective. It was designed on self-preservation of the white man to self-preservate his kind and his like. And so, with you being on the other side of the sun, being the darkness, they wrote laws that are still in place today that you probably deny they are, but they're still in law, strictly because your skin color and your race. Now, let's just take it into a real simple form. If you were a parent and you had 5 kids and you was a black parent, and just say you was middle class, there are certain things that you go practice that if you went out there and adopted a white child from the same middle class, there would be certain things that would match with the middle class that the white people and the black people. There'd be certain things that would match, but it'll be a big cultural difference when you bring that white kid into your establishment, your home, and make that child one of your children. That there will be certain things that you will have to do to make sure that when he walks outside, he understands that he's a human being, but he must know that he's a white child too. And you will be, I would call that child abuse if you didn't try to make that child recognize that. There'll be certain cultural things come from his culture that you will have to teach him about his culture that wouldn't be normal practice in your house teaching your own children. And I'm not talking about the basic things that y'all have connected with the middle class. I'm talking about the things just dealing with culture itself. And so these are the things that we put them in simple form. Sometimes we can understand them a lot better. Instead of me trying to bring a white child into a black child into a white family, let's bring a white child over to our family. And I'm not talking about the worst of us. I'm talking about the best of us, middle class, Ivy League, graduates, parents raising a child. You can't tell me, even with all that they have in common with the other middle class white people, that there's no cultural difference, and then that child would have to know his history. Now, when you talk about Africa, it is a continent. It has 50 countries. But one thing you won't tell is how they divided that continent up with European states, countries all over the world. They cut it up like a puzzle. And the only reason we got here is because they invaded over there to corrupt them first to get us here. We can't deny that, other than me and you not even having this conversation right about now. So I want you to ponder on that a little bit, people in the chat room. Just take things simple form, then you can quite understand my approach to this whole subject about keeping the community together.
All right. 5 minutes on the clock. Brother Supreme, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger.
Sure. Well, I mean, I feel for what OG Speed was saying so far as the systems and the true definition of white supremacy, as Dr. Chris Wilson stated. I get all that. However, none of that is part of my argument. My thought is that from Africa all the way to America, those systems have failed. OG stated that these colonizing nations came up and they carved up Africa into all of these different nation states, countries now. So that was a loss, right? I'm just, that's a war that was lost. Okay, so then after that, or before that, there was a trade that took place between human capital versus arms, alcohol, furs, gold, things of that nature. Okay, so if you take away your human capital from a continent that is already fragmented because it has all of these natural barriers, you need human capital in order to overcome natural barriers. The Chinese learned that when they were being attacked by the Mongolians. They had to put a lot of human capital towards building the Great Wall. A lot of millions upon millions of people died building that to protect against invasion from Mongolia. If Africa gave up its human capital and then later on was unable to protect itself from invading countries and allowed those countries to carve it up, well, that means that you lost the brain trade there. You lost you made a deal and it was a bad deal. You lost. So I just don't understand why people just can't accept an L and be done with it and say, hey, it is what it is. There was probably very great things that were in these cultures. There were a lot of art, math, a long list of things. But that doesn't take away that they still lost. And the connection from the African Americans in the United States right now to back to Africa, back to the continent of Africa, very few people are able to make those connections in a meaningful way because, for better or worse, those links have been permanently severed. So the best part of it, for people to do would be to take what they have gained here and then build upon it, and not do all this stuff about focusing on the past losses. I mean, again, I understand the value in a lot of the African cultures, and I'm not saying to put them down, but an L is an L. So to try to make this connection between Black society today and Africa, I think that's an L. Also, Black society that has tried to be separate from the general American population, that has been an L as well. So um, you look at various enclaves of black cities and neighborhoods, whatnot. There are very few that are extremely successful and don't have problems dealing with drugs and crime and so forth. And I understand the input of white supremacy in that, where people say, "Oh, they drop drugs in the in the neighborhoods," and the advent of slavery and so forth. But I'm not arguing any of that. I'm just saying, as of 2021, it's still an L. We don't have enough points on the board. So at this point, it's time to accept the L, move forward, understand that those things are not something that people should be trying to jump on the grenade on to save anymore. And they should just move forward with trying to either be Americans or connect to other cultures that they can be a part of, or mismatch and create their own. But this whole thing of we're all in together, no, that's done.
All right. This is going to be our final go at the rebuttal round. After this, we're going to go into rapid fire. Those of you who are familiar with rapid fire, you know there's no clock, no timekeeper, no moderator. It's mono direct engagement. So 5 minutes on the clock. OG J Speed, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. OG.
I'm here.
All right.
This is why a history is so important. And even for you might be out there tonight who wants to reject. One thing I found out in life, you can reject all you want to. A baby don't know it's a baby until it usually grow up and somebody told it it was a baby. It don't know it's a baby at that time. And see, this is why I keep saying, and I'm going to always say history is so important. Number one is, y'all act as if that Africa had one war. The continent of Africa had many wars. They had wars between them and wars from other nations. Matter of fact, you can Google this right now while you listen to this broadcast. Africa was invaded by Spain and got tired of it, went to Spain, turned it upside down, and ran it for almost 800 years. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it. So y'all keep acting as we had one or two wars. We had thousands of wars, and I'm not talking about within infighting. I'm talking about outfighting. And so you have so many wars, you can call it, as I would call it when I used to box. I go in there one night and I get my ass whooped. Yeah, I take that L. But is that going to stop me from trying to be the best boxer I can be? Is that going to stop me and just bend over and say, well, that fighter can beat me, so I'm never going to try again. I'm going to just go give up. No, I go back in there and get on my square and get my training up, so the next time I meet him, then it's going to be a different outcome. And most of the time it was. And so what I'm saying is, I don't mind saying we took a L. Hell, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now if we hadn't took a L. But there's a lot of damn race took a L. Now, this go prove his point to be wrong. And he really made my point. And I'm glad he, stepped himself in the corner and got some, quicksand over there. Look, man, it took the Jews 5,000 years to get their shit together. And look at them now. Now they could have just gave up that L when everybody accusing them of killing Jesus Christ and wanted to kill them, slaughter them, all the way back up to the Hitler days. They got their ass kicked and exterminated. Over 6 billion of them. Took a whole world to have a war to stop Hitler from kicking their ass, and so, but they never gave up. Now, since they decided to, the UN decided to give them land over there and have them their own country, have their own political, have their own military and everything else. And it's the world who came to them and aided them. And each country still to the day give them billions of dollars. The United States up to $6 billion. And so what I'm trying to say is, you can take a L and say, hell, you just go give up. And the most important thing from this conversation, I will ask my brother, my good brother, why, even if you say it's not, the community is not worth saving or fighting for, and just take the L and get the hell on out, or and join. You can't, you go with that old thing, if you can't beat them, join them. Well, I'm asking if you understand the white man's system fought against himself for thousands of years. And they didn't take the L, they just kept on fighting all up in Europe, all over this planet, Greece, Rome, all of them kept fighting. And so they didn't give up. They didn't stop saying they was white. They didn't stop saying they was European. So what I'm saying is, why do we have to be different? Look, we on fast pace, regardless if you really know history. We on good pace of getting back. Can we get back what we lost? No, but we can get back on that mountaintop and be the best we can be without trying to be some of them or the best of them or the worst of them. We can find ourselves from this point on and have our true determination of what we want to be. We have that right in this country because we didn't come over here as visitors. We was kidnapped and brought here.
All right. Now we go into rapid fire. In rapid fire, there is no moderator, no timekeeper. It's mano e mano. We left off with the OG. J Speed will be picking it up with brother S.K.C. And y'all hit the goddamn like button. Jesus Christ. Hit the like button, Negroes. Please. Because if you don't, you know what I'll do. All right. We left off with brother OG. We'll start it up with brother S.K.C. This is rapid fire. Pull the trigger, brother Supreme.
Sure. I mean, I'll cede to OG to begin because I'm really confused as to I don't understand why you believe that why you believe that. Okay, from the community as it is right now, the community. What are some of the flaws that you see in it? Do you see any flaws in it?
I think the OG is muted. You're muted, OG.
I see a lot of flaws in it. I think we have the worst in health. That's number one. And everything's really started from your health. I think we eat the worst of food. We still eating slavery food. That's one thing that I would kill out of the culture, to eat better food, because you got to understand, when they brought us here, they brought us here. They didn't bring our diets here. They bring a gorilla here. They go bring some bamboo so he can eat. They ain't give a damn about us. So what I'm saying is, most of the black people in the United States today is deficient in iron. That's one of the things that we need, that we get from that sun belt, that real sun belt equator over there, and we're deficient. We have high blood pressure. We have rapid crime in our community. I think all that is to stem from our trauma, being traumatized, and I ain't say victimized, I say traumatized. You can't take a woman outside of a relationship that she's been victim of abuse for 10 years and expect her to be ready for a relationship, or even expect her to be at her full capacity after she's been in that. We've been in this for years and years, man. It's one fight after another, and I'm just one of them brothers who won't stop fighting. And for the brothers out there who believe that, who have my same melatonin skin color, who say the black community is finished and black people are finished, you know, I like to know when the hell did you turn into Casper, where you can go outside and be something else other than what you are. Now you might be able to act like something else that the bad qualities of our community, and I'm with you on that 100%. But what I'm saying is, how you look at yourself is not how they looking at you. I'm sorry. And if you think that, then something is wrong with you. You're really wrong with you. And you'll be this kind of people that will be having stories on the internet that you went out there and thought you were one of these super invisible Negroes, and you want to talk about abortions. Well, let me tell you something. Maybe abortions is a bad thing in our community. There's a reason why them abortion clinics was put in our community. Okay? I live in California, and I can tell you how many abortion clinics I see in the white community compared to how many I see in the urban community. And they're put there for a reason. And they call them Planned Parenthood. So y'all keep throwing up these goddamn numbers, then which is important for me, because I think every life is sacred. But you got to understand where this shit is coming from. I keep telling you about the system, but you don't believe in the system, but you just want to believe that somebody who walked through an invisible door that wasn't put in their community. Yeah, you're right. They don't have to go in there, but you got to understand how the system works. Once you understand the system works, you'll find out why it's so easy for them to work in there. Just as easy it is for brothers to walk away from their goddamn children too. Lazy, trifling ass brothers who say that it's the mother's fault, but then won't you take your ass down the courtroom and get your child like I did? And I'm not saying it might not be a good outcome from you, because if you lazy and trifling and you know goddamn good, you ain't gonna be able to get the kid neither. So why would the court take it out of one bad household and put it in another bad household? So get your shit together. You can't have it on both sides of the street. You keep thinking you invisible and you walk in the street and you go talk about the black community. Oh yeah, you can have the right to talk about it. But I'm telling you, the other people are not looking at you that way. The Spanish people are not looking at you that way. The Asian people are not looking at you that way. The white people are not looking at you that way. They still look at you as part of a group. And you have to be on your square. And you know this too, my brother. When you go in there, when you carry yourself in a certain way, then yes, they're going to give you mutual respect of what you're doing, how you're doing, because the bottom line with them is money. But if you become too uppity, they will put rings around your neck. And we have seen that done over and over and over. So I'll be the first one to say that's what my fight. See, I don't get out there and march in the street and put up picket signs and talking about the white man. I spend very little time talking about the white man, really, I do. I talk about our behavior, but I try to come in to educate people why that you might be thinking the way you are. If you say that the baby's mamas are no good, and you say they are raising these kids crazy, and they're turning out crazy, then the ones you are talking about that are like that, hell, we are in perfect agreement with that. But don't act as if that the one who's doing all this is not being puppet mastered by someone who don't have both of our best interests. You're talking about brothers talking about the white man can't stop him and all that, but he say when he go down in the courthouse, that he can't get his children, he can't get a fair shot. Wait a minute. Why can't you get a fair shot? You say you live in the country, don't look at your color, don't look at you being male or female, then you should be able to go down that courtroom and represent yourself and get your children, man. So you can't have it both ways, and this is why these arguments become so stupid. It's because on one end you want to say that someone is holding you back, and on the other end you want to say it don't even exist. I'm not talking about you, my brother, because you don't come off like that. I mean, you just say fuck it. I don't give a fuck one way or the other. I'm still gonna deal. Well, that's what I'm really saying to myself. Fuck it, I don't care one way or the other. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. But what I am saying is, I know there are people who are not as strong as me. I know there are people who are not as knowledgeable with certain things as me. I'm just a student of a student of a student. And the information was gave to me to make me be successful. And I'm just trying to give the information out to other people who might be lacking other life skills that I can give them the information. I'm not trying to be Captain Save the World. What I'm trying to do is the people in my surrounding area, the things that I can do for the bad behavior in our communities. That's what I've been doing, and that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it unapologetic. And I do believe our community is worth saving because what do we have afterwards? If you don't have family, you don't have a history that moves forward where you can make more history.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of the things that you stated. Um, Again, another question, OG. You stated that a lot of the issues that um, are flaws that I asked you about in the black community, you said that they are residuals from slavery, white supremacy. Do you believe that any of those flaws are self-inflicted?
Well, some things are human nature, man. That's what I was talking about when I was talking about a woman being abused in a relationship. Many police have found out in a domestic dispute that when they go into the household, even though the man just got through kicking her ass or the woman just got through kicking his ass, that when the police get rough on the person who was the perpetrator of that, then the other person usually turn on the police. And see, that's where that addicted personality comes in. Uh, Being and becoming a victim of your own environment. Even though she or he just got his ass kicked, she's no longer going to see somebody else who come in there and what she feel or he feel that now that the police is abusing that person. And see, this is a sticky subject because it goes into the mental health. And see, we've been involved in this so long that we are a certain level of mental cases. And even most of a lot of the people who even come over here for entertainment, and including myself, that if we don't slow our roll and really concentrate and understand where we are, what we're trying to do, and where we're going, that we just as crazy as some of the goddamn people we see taking medication all the time. Because some of the foolishness that I see in the chat room, come on, man, let's be honest. Some of that same behavior you discuss is done right here in this chat room. Not just my brother X chat room. I'm just talking about all over this YouTube street. Just look at some of the shit they write down. You can't tell me that these are sane people who write this type of shit down. So that's where these personalities I'm talking about comes in. You just listen to some of the shit they write down, man. I think a lot of them are mental cases, and this is the only outlet they have to come over here and fuck with other people.
Well, I'll ask you this then.
Yes, sir.
You stated that without the family, that you really can't have a black society. Well, statistically, um, the family situation in the community is on the bottom floor, as it were. So, um, and it has never increased since the '60s.
Well,
So, why again? If you yourself have stated you cannot have a functioning community without intact families, and intact families are continually on the decline, far than any other group in this country, why are
well,
you stating that? that yeah, it's still we still need all boots on the ground. Like I think the culture is pretty much telling you that they don't value family.
Well, I don't think that's what it is. I think that's what means you have separated thoughts on the subject. What I will say, my brother, is, and this is something I have never said uh, on an open forum like this, but I don't think there was any time that we've been in the United States we have functional families. And I'm gonna explain why I say what I say. I think that it's like a transsexual who looks at a woman and he tried to emulate that woman moves, habits, talk, everything to get down to a point he even at certain points. Some of them couldn't even look like women at for a distance that he has studied it so long, or it's part of his group or whatever it may be. That it's an illusion.
Mm.
I think since we've been in this country, that everything we learned from this country, we try to emulate, and it's an illusion. And the thing about it is, you can't fake something for a long period of time. You could do it for a while, but you can't fake it for a long time till it start deteriorating and breaking down. I think most of our understanding of the human being has been from a people who tried to oppress us. You can't tell me there's anything different because most of our education, 90%, 99% of our education come from the same people who enslaved us. So you can't lock somebody up in a cell and then slide the key to them at 12 o'clock at night and let them out. The people who want to enslave you don't want to be the same people who educate you. And even though we go through the educational system, but when you understand the system of white supremacy, there's kids sitting down at the table, one white, one black, one learning how to be superior, and the other one learning how to be inferior. Just from the reason of Christopher Columbus discovered America. He never even came over to the United States of America. And so we used to celebrate them holidays, and this is what I'm talking about, evolution, how it has its own way of uh, figuring out the truth and slamming it right in your face. That's why we don't celebrate Christopher Columbus holidays anymore, because
Okay.
he was a murderer. And so I tried to answer your question. It has so many layers to it, and it's so complex. It's so complex because you cannot figure out, and the best psychologists can't figure out when an abused woman go or abused man go through a relationship, how it has affected his psychological way of his or her life no more than a person who's been sent into the battlefield comes back to the United States and been traumatized by what he had to do, what he's seen, and everything else. Sometimes it takes years and years to get that person to even function on a level where he can function or he or she can function on themselves. But in the midst of all that, some never even come around. Some just stay in that fog, and that's where they are. So I am one who believes that we never ever, even though the numbers show us that we have a family and it showed us in the 50s we had this, but all that was an illusion because we were brown bears trying to live like white bears, and sooner or later it was going to blow up in our face one way or the other. And that comes from people who don't know knowledge of themselves. The only example you have to be from a man is from your oppressor. The only example you have to be a man is from a system of your oppressors. How in the hell can you ever think you go find yourself? Because at some point you just go give up and say, look, if I can't beat them, I'm gonna join them. I'm just not one of them type of person.
Yeah, and I understand that. So, from what I understand you stated, are you saying that the nuclear family is an anti-black institution?
No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is the way that the nuclear families that we got from our oppressors is a much different than the way we were as a cultural people who come from the equator. The way we did things is totally different. even the way we speak. There's certain vowels, certain consonants, and you have to really just tighten down your lips and keep your mouth a little shut while you speak, so you can speak, that properly English. And you sound like you're from Midwest and Texas, and that's okay. That's cool because we are who we are. We are where we are. But we got to have a true understanding of why we became who we are. And by statistics itself, it shows me that we're still on course for success due to the history of other people and other races I have studied. And I brought up one about the Jews. If you historically, if you go back, you'll find out everything I said was true. It took them over close to 6,000 years to get their shit together. And here we just 250 years out of slavery, and we expect that we should be on that mountaintop. We gonna have to go through some losing battles, and we gonna have to take some losses, but that don't mean we can't be great again, man. And that don't mean we have to be great by being impersonators of the white people. We discovered mathematics. We discovered science. We discovered the one God theory. We discovered the basis of family. So we do know that we have a history of being family. I'm just saying the nuclear family we have here in the United States, a lot of it is based on soap operas, oppression, traumatized, and we're not at our best. And the only time we feel like we're at our best is when we can mark our thermostat with the white people and how close we are to them. Then we can consider ourselves a success. And I'm saying, sooner or later, you go burn out because, hey, a tiger can only be a tiger, man. A lion can only be a lion. If he try to act like a bear, elephant, and anything else, which all of them are animals, mammals, or whatever you want to call them, but he still is what he's designed to be. And every culture and every race has a design. Chinese have a certain height, and when they come to the United States, after generation to generation, they become taller, bigger, fatter, but in their own nature. See, this is what I'm saying. So we're not in our own natural habitat. It's not that we cannot survive anywhere on this planet. We can adapt to anywhere. But we must understand we are like fish in an aquarium. It's not that we can't swim. It's not that we can't eat. But we'll never be our best as long as we stay in that glass aquarium and not have the freedom of the ocean or the river or the sea, that we can be the best we can be. And that's why I believe that we really never had a true black family here in North America.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting concept. I never heard it put that way before. So, are you stating that basically the family structure set up here in America that black people cannot do that successfully?
No, because it's outside of our nature. You got to understand it's the what I call the brown bear and the white bear theory. One live in a full climate and the other lives in a frozen climate, which both of them are bears, but you can look at and see the difference. And if you look at the behavior, you see they behave different due to the surrounding area and their climate and geographic where they at. And what I'm saying is, when you take something outside of its nature as a fish and put it in an aquarium, it's not that it's not being a fish, but it's not a free fish. So it's a fish being in a controlled situation that it can only be as great as that situation let it be. I don't care how good it is. It can only be its best in its true nature. And what I'm saying is, a lot of things that we are in, not in our environment, it's going to be illusion going back to the transsexual again, who watches a woman's behavior, looks at a woman's behavior, emulates that woman's behavior, dress like that woman, even paint their face like a woman, sometimes the trueness of trying, almost looking like that woman, but it's still a man under all of that. And what I'm saying is, regardless if we want to call ourselves citizens of this country, we are still Africans. And for whatever reason that we don't want to make that connection, and I wanted to talk to you about a little bit about that, is If you're not in that realm, you don't understand what Africa is doing. December the 12th, Ghana is having a December the 12th transatlantic slave trade back home, where they're willing to give you land, community, and everything else to come to that country. And I'm not talking about just the passport, where you just get a passport in it. They are they are offering black people to come back to Ghana. Now, there's a lot of other countries, like 12 different countries, are opening up and having you where you don't have to have passports. I understand we don't know where we came from. I understand we don't know the geographic area or pinpoint where we came from. But we can look at ourselves in the mirror and know we didn't come from here. Yeah, there were brothers here before Christopher Columbus got here. There was brothers here before Indians was here, because we always been travelers. But there's a difference between being a traveler and kidnapped and enslaved. That means a traveler came on his own freedom, knowing knowledge of self. A person who was enslaved here was beaten out of knowledge of self. Couldn't even speak his own language. Couldn't even have his own name. Couldn't do any of that stuff. And none of that stuff we got back even today. I do. My professional name is J. Speed Fournay, but my real name is Askil Muhammad. And so what I'm saying is, I'm still working on myself. I'm a work in progress. I'm not out here in the YouTube street trying to point my fingers at people. What I'm trying to say is, I'm a student of a student who's still learning of self. Now, for you who wants to stay here and wants to be here, I have no problems with that. I understand you, wherever you have peace at, that's where you should be at. But then understanding what happened to us and where we are and why we're having so much trouble in this society, we gonna have to waking up and try to pull all these things together. You not all right, I'm not all right, ain't none of us all right, because if that was the case, we'd have it right by now. What I am
So
saying is we
so
should
so
be open
OG,
for conversation.
because we only have a few seconds left. Um, so is returning back to Africa a way to save African American Black society?
I think rich some of us, not all of us, listen to what I'm saying. We were travelers way before we was enslaved. For some of us, returning back to Africa not only just save Africa, it saves the world.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, more power to you. I don't think that that's a viable concept for the majority of Black people in America. Uh,
I agree along with you with that.
um,
When I didn't say that. See,
which is why I'll say I don't think that overall that the community is worth saving, because most Black people aren't going to be able to do that.
yeah, but you got to understand this too, my brother. Well, a lot of times when people say something can't done, they can't see it within themselves, because they can't see it in themselves and they think others can't do it. There were many great men before you, and there'll be many great men before me and you, and after me and you, that would always strive to be the best they can on this planet. And that's all I ask of myself. In the midst of my journey, I don't miss shy to share who I am, and what I represent. But I allow everybody else, because God give us all a choice. I allow everybody else to choose exactly what they want to do in their life. And everybody can't be a business owner. Some people go have to be workers. I understand that. What I'm saying is, I'm in the business of owning myself, and I look for my journey in the best interest of me and my people as a whole. And even though you might not agree along with it, but you somewhere down the line you might benefit from it, as I might benefit from you here. So it's a two-way street, man. I'm just saying there's a lot of levels of us in this country. There's a lot of work that got to be done. If you go stay here, if you choose not to save the community or whatever community, whatever you want to call it, that don't mean it won't exist. And so making it better, it just make it better for everyone, white, black, green, or whoever. When you got a thriving, moving community, it just make it better for everybody.
All right. That's going to be time. Now we're going into closing statements. 7 minutes on the clock, timekeeper. We started off with Brother Supreme. So we start off closing statements with the OGJ Speed. 7 minutes on the clock. OG, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Closing statements.
All right. Look, I don't have too much longer here, and I'm not talking about dying, but I spent most of my adult life trying to do the things that people did for me. It took a whole community, as me as a child, male child from 18 children, my mother had, and I'm glad they didn't have the abortion center in the community then, because maybe I would have been aborted. In the midst of all that, I want y'all to understand me, and that's why I'm really not trying to joke tonight. I'm just wanting you to understand. I'm not forcing anybody to take up my concept of what I think my community is or whatever. I'm just trying to open your mind up, and you can choose for yourself. God gave you that choice, and I'm not going to take it away from you. I wouldn't try to take it away from you. I rejected a lot of things that I believe in today because I was once one of them people, like, well, fuck it. My first boss man was white. He did me right. My this, that, and that. And so I didn't have as much trouble as what white people as the average black person, but I knew I was wearing a mask. And we all have to wear the mask. And if you're lying to yourself if you say you don't, we all have to wear the mask. But some of us so happy to wear it. I just never been one of them ones who was happy to wear that mask. I just want y'all to understand is nothing you can say, do, go deterrent me from always wanting the black community to be at its best. That's my expectation of the black community, to be at its best. And that's all I ask of you all. Regardless of what we decide, which way, this way, you as a man got to make your own journey. You got to look at what's best for you. I'm 62 years old. I'm not trying to carry that baton. I'm trying to go over there and use my second part of my life and integrate into the continent of Africa and try to train some people over there as I did over here, and try to go over there and understand them and understand their culture, that I've been deprived of, and try to live my rest of my life in peace. That's all I want. I want peace. All the things that the brothers go through here with the women and the men go through trouble with women over and over, and women going through trouble with men, the court system, and all that. I'm just tired of all that. It's not that I'm running. I'm just taking a different strategy. And so, I don't raise my 5 children here, and they enjoyed here. I have never tried to deter them, told them they had to go to Africa. If you don't go to Africa, you ain't black. And no, I'm not into that. I'm into choices, people. But I believe throughout all the things I've seen, all the brothers are even on the YouTube, the 20% to 80% that is supposed to be entertainment. I listen to you, but I know as a man speak it is what a man think it. And so you can't keep speaking the same thing for 14, 15 years if you really didn't really think that's the way your life is, or that's the way you see your life. Well, let me just tell you this. What you believe about me and what you don't believe about me, that ain't my problem. That's yours. That's your reality. I live my reality. You only just get to listen to me and just, turn me on or turn me off. My thing is, I want my people to be the best. This is the uniform I was given, the black uniform. I was not given a white uniform. And for me to love myself, that don't mean I have to hate anybody else. I won't waste my time trying to hate another race. I'm just not like that. Never been like that. But what I am saying is I'm going to respect the best out of me. I'm still growing at my age. And God has been gifted enough to make me be able to be this age and still look as young as I look, and be able to do the things I want to do. And that's just the way I live my life. And I'm willing to share. Ain't nobody over this YouTube street ever came over and did anything. I want to tell a story for the last 2 minutes. There was a brother named Smooth. and I'm putting it out there. He was having problems in the court case, and that's about half a year by the time I came into Black YouTube. And he was talking about the problems he was having with this court case in Texas, I would believe. I donated my time and told him that I'd be willing to help him and be able to draw his paper up by a paralegal and pay for it. And so it helped him embrace his fatherhood with his child. The brother called me about 2 o'clock in the morning time. About 3 weeks later, I hadn't heard from him because I left my number out there. And the people who know me have known me to leave my number on the internet. I left my number and he called me. The brother had a conversation. I was like, brother, you didn't even call me. You said you had to have them papers in Texas, and I'm gonna go pay for them. It probably cost me up to about $700 to get what he needed to done. But my word is my bond. You know what the brother asked me for? He said, forget the papers, man. Can you get me I think it was, it was PlayStation 3 or something like that, 5 or whatever. It was the latest one. I didn't do nothing but shake my head. That's when I know up in these black spaces, dude, we got some sick motherfuckers. Here this guy here was crying all over YouTube. They never have anything good to say about women. And he was tied up in the court system, and he was getting a lot of kumbaya, shake my head. Yeah, this is the way shit happens and all that. And he had a brother like me who was willing to spend his time and his money to help this brother out. Because my word is my bond. And this brother asked me for a PlayStation 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever it was at that time. I laughed that brother off the phone. I was so angry and so disappointed that I couldn't even get angry at him. I just knew what I was dealing with. And it comes to say that a lot of these brothers on these internet and YouTube, look at the chat, they're just like that. They are in this space in a virtual world, even when they're on the internet or on PlayStation, Sony boxes, or whatever the hell they playing. They're not into reality. I just want my community to be better.
All right. 7 minutes on the clock. Brother Supreme, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Closing statements.
Sure. On this whole thing of is the community worth saving? Of course, I say no. Um, and it has a lot to do with it. First of all, there's no sound plan in order to do it. As we went over on many shows throughout the entire space, people have looked at statistics and have shown that since the 60s, there's been a continual decline in Black America, structurally, um, family wise. Um, you just go down the line and it you just see it. There's always this use of the word code. We already know that there is no code. There's no written document stating what Black people should or should not believe in, what they should um, center around, what should be different principles or standards that they should rally around. All of it is it's it's all consequential. So there are no firm cultural histories. You can go to one place in one city, and people will sit up and tell you that Black Americans come from Africa, from the the western coast of Africa. Some will say the eastern coast. Then you'll have others that say that Black people are aboriginal to North America, North and South America. So you have all of these different histories that counteract with one another, and no one really has a firm connection to any of them. We know that most people in America are of a mixed heritage. In 2020, the census showed that the mixed population had surpassed the Black American population for the first time. So it just shows you that as a whole, it's going the way of the dodo. People make claims about or arguments about abortion or whatnot. Well, now we see the some of the effects of it. That now the mixed population has surpassed Black Americans, even though Black Americans were here much, much, much longer. Um, it sounds good to say terms like "my people," "not give up," "courage," "our women," "remember" or "learn the history." And I'm not trying to knock those people who say such terms, but I see them as emotional cues. And there's nothing wrong with emotion. I'm not part of the spaces in the manosphere that try to dog guys for having emotions. I think that that's just uh, a normal piece of life. Pride is an emotion. Love is an emotion. Loyalty is emotionally based. So, um, but centering on those type of concepts and those words, my people, don't give up, our women, our race, remember the history, learn the history, it bypasses the common sense of the losses that have been occurred. Um, yes, when we look at wars of old, take for instance Dunkirk, um, they had to know that you have to retreat. That battle was not going to be won. And for all intents and purposes, it's this continual fight against not wanting to be a part of American culture and wanting to operate outside of its laws, wanting to have special um, considerations due to past grievances. Um, However, the merit that people can assign to it, it's a losing strategy. That strategy has failed. And when you look at, I think some in the chat have been in the educational film or fields or have children. Um, and when you look at the national report card, you see that unfortunately, even in the age of information, Black children are suffering. They're at the bottom when it comes to math, reading, civics, science, uh, writing. These things are not just made up numbers. These are your children, which is supposed to be a representation of your future. So we look at the term culture. A culture comes from it's a root. It comes from the root word of cultivate. It's an agricultural term. It means to grow something. And if your culture is not growing your children, then it's failing. It's failing. And we've seen this continuously since the 60s. So, um, I know some people would say, oh, you need to fall underneath this political group and try to save the community that way. Some will say, "Oh, we need to go back to Africa and set up things that way because this is not your natural land, and you cannot operate the way that you are. Um, uh, you can't operate under these conditions and whatnot." Okay. Um, some are going to say white supremacy. Okay, but if you combine all of it together, it still comes down to the central claim that you lost. So I hate you can play out these different strategies any way you want, but you see a checkmate at the very end of each one. And I think at this time it'll be just a better strategy for people to um, focus on trying to build real families for themselves, and then move on from all of the historical BS.
All right. That is going to bring our debate to a conclusion. Now, y'all know what to do. The poll is at the top in the right hand corner of the chat room, right above where y'all writing. Go ahead and vote, man. Go ahead and cast your vote. Y'all know this is how we do it now. We're taking advantage of the old YouTube chat system. So now there's no way for people to vote more than once unless you got enough time to go out and go to your other account and do all this kind of foolishness. But go ahead, cast your vote. Who do you think won the debate? Do you think the OG J Speed won the debate, or brother S.K.C won the debate? Go ahead, let us know. And also, because I think we're gonna go ahead and close the poll at 11:30. So you have 16 more minutes to cast your vote if you haven't done so already. Um, y'all know how we do it here. If you have questions for the debaters, you know those questions must be super chatted or cash app, or I will not read them. So there is that 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes to cast your vote on who you believe won this debate on is Black society worth saving? All right. All right. Hold up. I thought I saw a yeah, I did. Shout out to brother Ralph for the $2 super chat. He says, Brother X, this is just something to add to the plate. I appreciate that, brother Ralph. And you know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
First thing I'd like to say, thank you to having a grown man debate, because I think it's one of the most smoothest disagreement that two brothers don't had on his channel. Now I haven't watched all of them, but the ones I have watched, that I think we carried ourselves like gentlemen, and even though we disagreed about some things, and we was able to keep it civil, and I like that.
Oh no, no doubt, OG. It's like people will, to a certain degree, they'll give me the reputation of being, the super troller and whatnot. Of course, my laughter, but I think, well, I not think I know that only comes out when we're having a discussion and people want to resort to absurd positions. Give you an example. The other night when you said you saw me on that panel, and um, uh, you said some guys were coming at me and whatnot, and which is fine. I don't mind being challenged. I don't. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. That's why I ask so many questions. But when a guy stood up and told me the police attack mixed race children at a 90% clip, and for grown men to sit around and not say anything and act like that's a fact. Okay, yeah, now it's time for me to troll because okay, we're just playing around now at that point. So that's some of the, I guess, the method behind the madness, as you would say.
Yeah, I understand, because you know uh, I still say that I'm one of the best comedians ever to hit the comedian circuit. I just didn't take it serious, and I can be comical at any time, and
Yeah,
everybody know.
it should be. And we got to have fun in these spaces, man.
Yeah,
I
you
mean, you
got
can't be
to.
all
Yeah, you
gloom and
can't be
doom
all
all the
tight
time. Yeah,
ass
yeah,
and
yeah.
corn cob in your ass and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there's a time and a place for all that, and usually when the person is think they're too serious, that's when my comedian come out, because I just want to joke on some of the shit they say. It's like, okay, you want to say this, you want to say this, and that's my approach. I'm willing and down to get myself prepared. Everything is almost pretty much intact now. I ain't going there to live in no hut. I'm going there to live in a house, and all that stuff's been done. So I'm just taking it easy, enjoying life, man. I'm telling you, whatever you believe in life, as long as it bring you peace, and you ain't bringing everybody else hell, then live your life any way you want to.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
serious.
I wish the best for you when you get to move over. Hopefully, you'll still have conversations with
Almost certain. My
with
channels will
everybody,
stay
and
up.
send images and all that stuff.
Right. I send images and my channels. That's why I'm saying my channels. I have 4 other channels that I don't promote, and that's why they are up. And I put stuff on them, and most of that stuff go towards the continent of Africa. And I do have a channel just for health, herbal health, and that's my baby right there. Dealing with the health in our community. So in the near future, probably in the next 3 months, I will be turning a lot of that into, so y'all can get to see it and show you simple things you can get rid of diabetes, show you simple things you can get rid of high blood pressure. And these are not things you have to wait months and months and years for. Instantly, I can give you two
This
cents.
isn't some ball of chicken foot in a.
No, this
Oh,
not.
okay, okay.
No,
I'll
this
just
not. This not like going and find a black willow spider and get some webs and put a chicken neck in there. No,
yeah.
it's not.
I'll just check it,
All
man.
this is. Look, man. What people don't understand when it comes to health, most of our health condition is due to our nutrition.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
food that
yeah.
got you
I'm
into it.
playing with you,
I
LG.
know
I'm
you.
playing with you.
Food got you into it. It's gonna take food to get you in there. That's all herbs are. They're just plants. They're
Man,
food. And
man, to the chat, what's going on, Third Ward,
yeah,
man?
third world.
I
Shout
mean,
out to you.
man, I would have never imagined that the Texans were going to be that dominant with Tyrod Taylor, man. I didn't know. I did not know, man.
Yeah.
I had counted them out. So,
Okay.
but
I guess y'all talking about a game I don't know about football.
Well,
So
I got a question for you, OG. Right?
yes, sir.
You're older than many of the brothers that are in this space, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that you would have a different perspective on things if you were growing up? Say you were 30 now,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Say you were 30, or say you were 30, I don't know, 5 years ago. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
think your perspectives on black society, or should I say certain pockets of black society, do you think it would be different if you were coming up in these times?
It would absolutely have to be because if I even think about when I was 30 back in the 90s, that if you think about it, in the 89s and 90s, me coming into it, I'm still learning. And so I had a discord with my own community because the way I thought. I mean, I'm not the old Kumbaya. We're, marching down the street when freedom will come and all that kind of stuff. Rainbow Coalition, none of that. I was still learning by some of the best, Dick Gregory, Dr. Carl Aronson, um, Sister Cheryl Lee. These were the people who was in my community. These are not the people I had to actually look up on YouTube because in the 90s, Prodigy, YouTube was not even existed, and this kind of information didn't even exist at that time unless you know how to do some real serious ass, computer work at that time. But yes, if you think about it, at the age of 30, when I was 30, I was still learning, and I had a different perception of life versus when I was 15 or 20. So yes, I would have, if I was living in this battle that the young men have to live in today, uh, probably be something totally different. One reason is due to the point of the people who were inspiration into my life wouldn't even be around, and I'll probably be learning from some of the people who learn it from YouTube today. So I know I'll probably be fucked up and saying some of the same shit they say. You know what I mean? But me being open to change, even though I disagree with the change at the time the change was coming to me, that's just the way change is. You get comfortable and content in your life or either way you doing things. If you think about it, brother X, I stopped eating my first piece of pork in 1987, and so just think about then, 87. I'm almost getting 30 years old before I came to understand there were certain things to go along with that piece of meat. Had nothing to do with religion. It had something to do with health. So yes, today I would probably hang. I wouldn't be as crazy as some of these motherfuckers on the chat room. Not only just yours, but all over. But but I'll probably be I would probably be more in agreement with somebody who was young and coming from their narrative than I am now. But being older and wiser don't make me smarter, but older and wiser. It and from the teachers, the inspiration of the people like my father, my grandfather, my grandmother, my mother, being in a more community setting, um, always kept me searching for who I am. You know, so yes, I would have to go with that 100%. I would be totally different. Probably be one of the biggest fools on this damn internet when it comes
Well,
to
bro,
this issue.
I know you got a question from Useless Familiar. Well, I was wondering, X, if I could ask a question though.
To OG,
Yeah.
have you ever done a DNJ fight? I've done three, and the three that I have, they all came from Western Synagogue area, and I have a Blackfoot Indian, which I had already knew that, but I had suppressed it due to the fact it was not good to say that. You know, it was time when comedians was saying that everybody want to be the Indians, and the Indians got their ass kicked more than anybody. Why the hell you want to proclaim that? So it wasn't a good time. I stayed on the reservation for 2.5 years, Cherokee, North Carolina. So I already knew I had native in my what's the name of my grandfather was a 100% Cherokee, and then Blackfoot is in my family too from my grandmother's second husband, and so I come under that line due to the fact she hadn't had my mother yet. So yeah, I did it. I did four. So I do understand that the most of my genes is coming from synagogue up in that area. Matter of fact, I am the lightest one in my family. Matter of fact, they used to call me Little Red. Now I'm about as black as you can get, as far as American, but that just show you how dark everybody else in my family. They call me Little Red. So anyway, so yeah, that answered that question. My brother, you had a question for me?
Well, I actually had a question for our timekeeper,
Yes, sir.
uh, Keep It Techie. uh, if he's there, hopefully he's there. I don't know. Let me see if he responds, bro.
Hold up. What's up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a question for you, Keep It Techie, man.
I might not be no good, bro, because I ain't heard nothing in this debate. I was
No,
working on
no.
something for work,
This
just
not have
clicking the
nothing to do.
button.
Yeah, this
Okay.
not had nothing to do with the debate at all, man.
Okay.
Because I saw you had a stream where you was teaching your son some things about coding and whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
So, from your perspective, do you think that it would be best for you to teach your son and get him prepared for certain things like that, or for the school system to do that?
For um so um I mean, yeah, it's kind of a, I guess, a hard question to answer, and not really hard. It's just it would make me look like a selfish person to only say just me. You know what I'm saying?
Why?
Because it's plenty of kids out here that can use this information, and that's why I try to put it out online. You know, because that's the only way I could, me personally, can try to affect the youth as far as them at least getting interested in it and wanting to look it up and learn it themselves. But yeah, I 100% agree with what you said as far as I think someone should be teaching it. Someone else should be teaching it versus, I guess, me. I don't know.
No, I'm just talking about for between you and your and your child. Do you think it? Do
Oh,
you think
just
it? Do you think it's more effective for you to do it, or do you think it would be more effective if a school system was doing it?
it depends on your how your child reacts to you.
No, no, I'm talking
And the
about
reason I say
you.
that, I know
Yeah.
and I'm talking about in general, because well, I'm talking about me as well. But I have a younger son. The younger son was the one in the video,
Hmm.
and he learns. I mean, it kind of all depends on because kids have their kids are totally different. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
Hmm.
times.
Hmm.
And my youngest son kind of take to me more as far as learning things or interested in certain things that I talk about. My oldest son is completely different. You know what I'm saying? It would benefit him to learn it from someone else, in my opinion, I think.
Mm.
Hey,
And
let me
I don't know
go
what
ahead.
caused that, but I mean, it's just something they just have different personalities,
Let
you
me
know.
give you a great example of that. Take it. My uncle in New York State was called Trickman Norris. 1970 and 60, he was New York State champion.
He wasn't
And
related to Chuck Norris, was he?
no, if he was, goddamn it, if it was, goddamn it, I'm gonna have to talk to some of them
No.
old ass post box mailmans or whatever the hell they was calling themselves back in them days, or the milkman who was leaving the milk at the door. But anyway, my uncle, I used to go to New York in the summertime, and that's where I spend most of my time in the summertime. And I was training with the PAL, and they still got a good PAL boxing in Charlotte, North Carolina, even today. Uh, the gym that Kevin Seabrooks, one of the world champions, came out of. But my uncle could not teach me. My uncle was a great fighter, and he had people he was training, but he could not teach me because one of the reasons he was too hard on me. He was like I was his nephew, and he was like, if anybody go prosper in this gym, it's gonna be you. So he's twice as hard on me, and I could see it, and that wasn't the way I learned. And so when I got back to Charlotte, North Carolina after the summertime, I would learn a hell of a lot more on the ed than I would my uncle. And so I think that brings to your question, my brother, is some people, just because they can do things good, don't make them an instructor, teacher, or leader.
Exactly.
Seriously, they can just have it within themselves, but they're not teachers. They don't have the teacher qualities. They don't have the leadership qualities. And sometimes you have children who will look at you always as dad, and they look at the teachers as instructors, and
Exactly.
they grasp to your teachers a lot more than they would you at home. Because sometimes your own children, will challenge you with stuff they learn in school and come back and tell you home, no, you did that wrong, Dad. My teacher did it this way, and his teacher could be just as wrong as two left shoes. But he looks at his teacher as an authoritative figure as when it comes to learning.
Yeah, it's kind of like uh Floyd Mayweather. His dad was a boxer. You know what I'm saying? But he couldn't train Floyd Mayweather to be the greatest boxer. He had to use whatever that trainer that he had.
And his
Um,
uncle.
yeah, his uncle. His uncle, yeah, you're right. His uncle. Because don't you remember his dad
Yep.
trained
Mm-hmm.
what was that? Was it Pacquiao? Or no,
Yeah,
no,
to fight
was
against him.
yeah,
Yeah,
to fight against him.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was able to, and that's the thing. It all depends on how um I don't know how you uh also what's the right word, portray the information to them.
Right.
That's another thing, and that's why, you know, certain students, no matter what it is, they not going to excel based on, I mean, it could be a teacher that's teaching 100% of the right stuff, but it's going to be certain students in the class that's not going to pick up on it,
Right.
you know, throughout whatever you're teaching, for whatever reason, for a variety of reasons as well. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just something you gotta think about that, and that's why a lot of people, you know, they pay for trainers for their kids, like when they get them into sports and stuff. Because yeah, they may understand the sport. Yeah, they may have you know, played the sport in high school or college or whatever, but they'll still spend the money to send them to camps and also get trainers to actually train their son, because the kid may respond better in that situation. That makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just like
I
to
agree.
sometimes listen to different parents and hear what they got to say on the matter. Um, I think it revolves around back to a conversation I was having with Art about um, and Mike V. I'm of the opinion that children will benefit more from what their parents teach them and the example that their parents give them rather than all of the things that they learn in school. I think that of course the school stuff it counts for a lot, but I think the lion's share should be on the parents and their example.
Life
No, and I
skills.
get
Your
what you're
life
saying,
skills.
but
You're correct. When you're talking
yeah,
about life skills, yes, you're
yeah,
correct.
that's
But when you
exactly what I was
start
gonna
talking
say.
about other
Yep.
skills, then sometimes parents not even equipped, even if they know something about it, because that parenting always come in. And when teachers or instructors teach, they don't teach from a parent throne. They teach from an instructional throne. And so when you can't separate yourself from the parent to the instructor, you gonna have problems.
Exactly. It's just like saying, I mean, it's just like, okay, your parents, or your mother, because most likely that's the situation. Your mother is staying in the projects on Section 8. That might not be the best person you want to go to for financial advice. Well, I mean, she could have ended up in a bad situation, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, or someone that got kicked out of that's a better example. Someone that got kicked out of a house or lost a house and haven't been able to, financially, you know, provide your life growing up or whatever. It might not be the best person to take financial advice on how to actually, save or
Yeah,
invest, all that type of stuff, or that
I
type
I agree.
specific stuff, you know.
I agree. I agree.
Right,
It's
but
hard to teach someone a language that you yourself do not speak.
but
So I mean,
and,
go
and
ahead.
that and that's some of my counter to like the discussion that we were having, OG, about can the community tie be saved? Well, I think part of the problem is that even when you have initiatives where, let's say, you have very good black teachers that go into various institutions and they do everything that they possibly can to help these kids that have come up underneath the structure of a single parent household, or abject poverty, trying to escape the gang life and all that type of stuff. Okay, and they do the very best job that they can, but the problem that I'm seeing is that even after all of that, when those kids get out of school and move on into the real world, they still have to compete against kids that are like T.P.O.T's kids or mine or others that they had both parents. They had sound structure. They didn't have parents that failed on stuff and they couldn't. No, it's like, no, they can actually look to them, see their successes, and then build off of those successes. Those kids still have to compete with them in the real world, and there is no substitute for that. So,
Yeah,
not having that sound family structure in place, I mean, it's a killer.
yeah, it
It
That's
is
hurts.
a
why
killer.
me and you on
It
the same
hurts.
page of that as far as when it comes to family structure. But let me just add something on to that too.
Well, hold on, hold that thought, because we have closed the polls, and as y'all can see, it is 67% for Brother Supreme and 33% for the OG. So we're going to call it
Well,
at
hold on,
67 to
I haven't
33.
voted yet, so let me vote for OG.
Damn, I ain't even vote myself.
Yeah, man, I didn't even.
Okay, let me vote for you.
well, actually,
But anyway,
the polls was closed. God damn it!
okay. But anyway,
Uh,
let me good win, my brother. And maybe you have many more.
Oh yeah,
Um,
it's no biggie.
Oh,
uh,
and also, hold on. I forgot, brother Eustace Familiar for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that, brother. I forgot to give you your coin drop. My bad. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
I,
Continue, brothers.
I
I like that little cat in the hat usage familiar you got. You remind me of a little one running around here tearing up stuff.
uh, so damn. I see. This what happened. Your ass start getting old. You start forgetting what the hell you was gonna say. What were we talk? What I was gonna say? S.K.C.
Yeah, we were comparing. I was just
Oh,
saying that the children that come out of those situations, when they get into the real world, they still have to compete with
right,
their peers,
right,
some of which come
right.
from a sound two family structure.
But see, this is where the you. I'm gonna say something. The system of white supremacy comes in, and I'm gonna show you where it lines up with what you just said. Um, Most of the teachers that black males, when they go in the classroom, are 25, 22, 23-year old white females in the classroom. Most of them don't even have children. Some of them don't even have dogs at home that they have trained. And when you come from a certain culture, and that's what I was talking about, the white kid brought into the black family. Some of them don't know how to understand as much as I didn't understand white people when we was first integrated. And so when these teachers come in the classroom, they are really curriculum orientated, and that means that everything they learn as far as human contact has been out of a book. And so you are very correct when you say it has to have a support system when that child get back home, because really it's what, spend 6 hours in school, and by the time the parent get home so tired, if she ain't got McDonald's or he got McDonald's, they spent 1 or 2 hours with their children, and and that's it. A little time over the weekend, get the hell on out of the house, because I'm telling, look at your little big head self, do something. This is my free time. So this is where you are right. It's very important to have the two parent. That's why I thrive on talking about the family all the time, because that is another support system, because your children are outside of you within 6 hours a day throughout the week, and been influenced by someone who don't know them culturally or understand them at all. Only thing they trying to do is get a curriculum out there on the board and do homework, but that's not the human experience really. And this is where I come and we disagree about this education system that we have. This is a new system for us. Regardless, we've been in it all this long, it's still a new system. Can some of us thrive in it? Yes. Some of us can supersede and supersell and every damn thing, yes. But it's not our nature the way they teach. Number one, for a little male to set in a child, and all statistics have shown this, and especially black males, that we was not made to sit in the seat for 45 and 30 minutes at one time. And so what happens with them, they get disciplinary and go to the office, go to the principal, and then all of a sudden these same kids that was a genius before they ever walked in a classroom end up somewhere with a white coat telling him he needing some drugs because he has a behavioral problem, because he won't sit in his seat for 35 and 40 minutes.
Well,
Pretty much.
well, let me stop you for a minute, OG. Okay, because I've heard this before. I've heard this from
No, there's
Doctor
studies. I mean, y'all
Yeah,
like
Dr.
studies,
Umar
so
says this a lot.
yeah.
So, how do you go about teaching these little boys who can't sit in a classroom for 40 minutes? What are you supposed to do?
Well,
Just let them roam
you
around
when
and
you
run
say it like
around and
that, when you say it like that, brother, acts like something wrong with them. That's their nature. That's the
yeah.
nature of our children.
So, how do you teach them?
How you teach them is how we taught them in the Nation of Islam. In the first 20 minutes, if they ain't, you leave their attention spans leaves out unless you are like having a film or you having hands on hands of a machinery where you're doing instruction. That's when the attention span goes past that first 20 minutes. But as for us reading out a book or looking on a board, it's like 20 minutes in, then you get up and you go stretch or you go do something for the next 10 or 15 minutes. And then you come back into that setting and you start it all over again, not in the same place, but where you left off at. And it seemed to work for us fine. And some of the private schools do it the same way. Not all, but a lot of the private schools are starting to understand the attention span of a young male versus a female.
Okay. So if you're going to do that, that means you're going to have to do that for everyone. You can't
Yes,
just
yes. I mean, you don't want to separate the class while you're doing something. That Bush, I think, No Child Left Behind made that. So you can't, even though you might have a problem with a child, you got to keep them all on the same page now. Art, who works in the school system, who probably are a lot more advanced in this conversation as far as the attention span of a male child in the classroom. He's probably if he can come up, he probably could give you more insight that this is not just something I'm throwing up in the air. This is proven science when it comes to the biology of the difference between the male and the female child.
okay. Yeah, I'm gonna send Brother Art the link because he's more versed in this than I. Brother
Yeah,
Art, you still
man.
got the same emails? Like you got like 3 emails up there. I'm gonna send it to the most recent one.
Well, man, I'm gonna duck out because it's time to get some rest. These kiddos are already been put to bed, thanks to my wife,
All
and
right,
I'm about to
all
jump
right,
in the bed and
my
do that.
brother. I
Um,
appreciate you filling in, man. I do, brother. I
Same
yeah,
appreciate it,
here.
man.
yeah, it was cool, man, and JSP, man, like, be honest with you, man, I like having good conversations with brothers. But again, when you get into those large panels, a lot of
Yes, sir.
times people want to
Attack.
make a show of
Yeah.
certain things, and every little tiny word that you say gets put under a microscope by 30 different people, and then it becomes like a monkey show. So yeah, it's like, okay, now it's time to have fun. So
Yeah.
I
I got you.
mean,
I get
but
you. I get you, brother.
but yeah,
I
one
get
on
you.
one,
I
just
get you
like we
more than you
did.
think I get you. I get you.
Yeah, it's like one on one, like we did a year ago. Yeah, man, we
Yeah.
had those discussions all day long. And man, I
Right.
hope everything works out with you with your move to Africa, and keep me posted and keep it
Yes, sir.
techie. Still working on it, man. It's coming along. It's coming along.
Oh
Just
yeah, no
yeah,
problem, bro. No
yeah,
problem,
yeah,
bro. I ain't rushing. You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Yo.
And just thank you for being patient with me, man. The school year started and all that stuff, so you know how that
Oh,
goes.
I know how it go,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
I'm super busy too, bro.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So I totally understand, bro. Especially with the kids and everything. So
yeah.
I
Yeah.
get it.
But X, again, thank you for having me on. And anytime you need me to
Absolutely,
fill in,
absolutely,
if I
man.
can, I'll do it. But
Absolutely, I appreciate you, brother. We're wrap.
all right,
All
peace, man.
right. Peace, brother.
Peace.
Yeah,
Peace.
did Art ever come up?
I don't even know. Brother Art might be doing a shoot. He might be doing a stream himself. I don't
I
know.
know
I
he
saw him
came
in it. I
in.
did see him in the chat room.
But he did have a beautiful discussion on pretty much what we was talking about tonight. Everything, family, everything. It was a beautiful discussion. I wasn't privy to it. I just caught it on a rebroadcast, and
Hmm.
it's one of the better ones that I seen. And it got a little heated, but in the end, when it was all said and done, it was beautiful the way it was done. And sometimes we had to get a little testy with each other. So, that's just the way things are as we as human. The only thing a person can accuse you of is being human. Ain't none of us super gods, so we go be humans, and that's what we go be. But I just like the intellect of the part of any conversation. If someone really wants to sit down and say, pick my brains and see what is in there versus uh, being so judgmental. I understand these streets now a lot better than I did the first interview I did with you. I understand them a lot better, and as you see, I grown as they grown. My fights are not the same fights because some of them you just like everybody ain't gonna get on your ship, man. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Everybody don't have the same basketball team, man. And even though it's all basketball, they have different basketball players that their personalities they like, and it is what it is. It's not a winning and losing situation. There go Mister Art. I like to appreciate your screen, not the one you had last night, but the one you had with my brother who was debating me tonight, and you had a whole house full of people, and it was one of the most exciting discussions I have heard on the YouTube and all times, not just last night.
Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. I'm
Peace,
over
brother
here.
Art. What's good with it, man?
What's going on with you guys? I'm over here grading papers,
Yes, sir.
but I
We were
thought
just wanting to know,
popping.
because I'm pretty sure you know about these studies they did with males in the seats and how long they should be in seats, and some of the problems that black males have in the classroom with these 22, 23-year-old white females are the most teachers in the United States. I don't know if that number is still true. So we were just talking about that. We want to give them your insights of this is your profession, so you can be more qualified to have that discussion than any one of us up here.
Well, it's kind of interesting because some people know, a little bit of my background, but it just doesn't matter because they're waiting to hear what they want to hear rather than what's coming from people that's been in the game for a while.
Yes, sir.
So I just, I put it out there and they can do whatever they want with it. There is a difference between teaching black boys more than anything else. If you do the research, they're the most suspended, the most disciplined, um, everything you can name. There's plenty of articles, there's plenty of reports behind it. United States Department of Education is trying to find ways to deal with it, but they're not really addressing the elephant in the room.
Mm.
So it's I heard
So
the one. Oh, go
so
ahead,
is
fam.
that because of what the OG was saying earlier, that does that correlate, I should say, does that correlate to what the OG was talking on earlier, that you black boys can't sit in a seat for more than 20 minutes. You need to let them get up, let them stretch, all that kind of stuff. Does all that stuff correlate with them being suspended the most, being disciplined the most, and all that kind of stuff? Is there a correlation there?
Well, and I did some studies on this. Well, actually, I went behind other people's studies and the part that they're ignoring is the cultural experience has been not being used to solve math and English problems. So these boys definitely are the ones that are kind of rebelling by shutting down their cultural expression. That's the problem. The girls kind of you know what's the word I'm looking for? They kind of like go with the waves, but these days now a lot of girls are being just as rebellious as the guys. Um, but the thing is, again, if you have some kind of cultural experience along the side with your lessons, then basically you'll be more interested, more comfortable, and also you will use those things to solve your problems in front of you. So that's the issue is that, I mean, we can't say every black boy, of course, but we have a great amount that's having this experience, and a lot of people are not really doing anything about it because they're expecting them to be like the Asian student, the Latino student, or so on, which is, by the way, have a strong presence in their cultural experience. They have a strong one. We, we hear it in these panels. A lot of us try to deny it. So,
So so s- should schooling change because of black boys, black folks. I mean, should the institution of schooling itself should that change, or should black people just have their own damn schools, or is it
Yeah.
and in both?
I would, if it was up to me, I would pull the black children out, for a certain time, not the whole time, but for a certain time so they can have more of a grasp of who they are. And then later on, send them to whatever school, public school, probably within the last 2 years of high school or 3 years of high school, where they get to mingle and get to understand everyone else. Um, I don't know if you saw us, Dr. Steve Perry in Connecticut. He has that kind of setup. You got the Marcus Garvey school over there in Chicago, Los Angeles. You have all these different things to where, like for example, you would have a situation where you have nothing but like inspirational images around. You have inspirational people around, like your teachers or what have you, and you would have that probably from kindergarten all the way to like maybe eighth grade or ninth grade. Let's just say that. So you get that, and so while they're learning this, they are staying within in the confines of the state standards. They're staying within what is needed, but also they're also using their cultural experience to put things together. So when they do that, it leaves them room. For example, like if they're doing third grade math, yeah, excuse me, if they're in the third grade, their math would be seventh grade math. If they're in the fifth grade, it would be ninth grade math. So, something like that. So once they finish, they're like well prepared and be well rounded to go anywhere and do anything because they don't have to be acclimated anymore. They're already prepared. This is one of the things that we don't look at because we think that everybody is coming out the same crayon box. And this is one of our biggest problems in this affecting us now. I think like we're Generation X, and then we got OG. He's Boomer. We slipped through the cracks because integration was designed for us to really be where we are now. It was supposed to be to where you get all the facilities and stuff like that, but you don't have to get effective education because basically it's up to them to decide if your child learns or not. You can't be there 24/7, right? So it went down over the years. So what we kind of did, what kind of happened is that the stuff that was taught before segregation, it still had a little time left. I don't know if anybody understand that, because not only the integration took place with white teachers, but even black teachers that were segregated were there too. That kind of kept us afloat. A lot of them people gone. A lot of people retired. So now we got the dude with the oatmeal sweater hoodie, super liberal with the Tom shoes and the Roman cut hair or whatever, trying to give you all this stuff that they gave birth to Lil Nas X.
Mm.
You're getting this kind of stuff in the schools, and so instead of trying to fix the problem, we're trying to prove that everybody can learn across the board. And the Asians pretty much the only ones that got it right. If you really sit there with some of these Asians in their classes, not all of them, but you're thinking that they're practicing a little Korean writing here and there. No, they're taking their cultural experiences, meaning they're taking things in a Korean perspective or a Chinese perspective and solving the problems in an English environment, and all of a sudden they top of the class. Everybody else is trying to prove that they're the same. Good luck with that, though. I'm sorry, I don't hardly get to tell
But
people what they want to hear,
where does
but
that where does that come from though? Like, I mean, for instance, if you take a little kid, right? You first starting, you're going to kindergarten or whatever, you're 4 or 5 years old, right? Now, I mean, where does that come from where you're trying to um trying to not compete because they should be competing, right? When you think about it, the children should be competing with each other when it
you talking
comes
about
to
with us, with
education.
us, with black people,
Yeah, yeah. So where does that come
man,
from where
brother.
we're trying to do that's what I'm saying. Like, where does that
Yeah,
come from? That has to come from somewhere.
brother,
Okay,
you
if you're a
got.
child trying to if you're trying to, I guess, learn the way a white person learns or learn the way an Asian person learns, and you
I'm,
can't
I'm gonna
do it,
keep it real, man. I'm gonna keep it super real. These parents just drop these kids off as though we're just babysitters, fam.
that's what I'm talking about. I mean, that mind frame has to come from somewhere. Like I see little kids on media, man, that are like 3 and 4 and 5, man. They can freaking use profanity like a damn sailor, man. Where does that come from? I mean, they're not learning that in school. They're
but
learning that at home.
and on top of that, you got some of the Gen Xer parents and and the millennial parents. They really don't get involved in the child's learning. They don't even read to them in bed, in bed. I read to my son until he got to middle school.
Mm,
They don't do that. Hell, all you need is 30 minutes or maybe 20 minutes of reading. Have them read to themselves.
well,
Do all
wouldn't
that, then
that
go
be
play a
hard
game.
though? Wouldn't that be hard though if you're living with some old mammy and she's reading at a fourth grade level? She's reading
Hey,
at a
why you
fourth
gotta
grade
put
level
Right.
something on
herself.
there, brother
So
man?
I mean, it's the truth. You
Well,
you're
you can
living
say
with your
mammy,
old,
man. That's an old
you're,
racist
you're
slur.
always living with your old mammy,
Yeah, but
and
that's a
god damn
racist
it,
slur, man.
oh man, y'all will turn anything to a racial
No, no, no,
Yes.
no. That's
slur.
been a racist slur for a long time before the N word was.
Yeah.
Racial
So,
mammy is a racial slur. No,
Yes.
mammy, they have turned mammy on the internet. They have taken it and turned it into something totally different. They consider
Endearment.
they consider yeah, they've turned it into something totally different. They're saying on the internet that you're a mammy if you like men, if you agree with black men, if you aren't
You remember
uh,
Aunt
bel
Mammy
belligerent belligerent and
mandates?
volatile with black men, that's
but
you're
back
a
on the topic,
mammy.
man.
Yeah,
Back on the
Yeah,
topic that you
yeah,
were talking
yeah,
about, brother
yeah.
X.
Go
We
yeah.
ahead.
getting
Okay, what I'm
derailed
yeah,
because
what I'm saying, brother Art, because you're the professor here, right?
mhm.
If if a child lives with a parent and this parent is 30 years old but reads on a fourth grade level, probably the last thing they want to be doing is reading to their kid.
Yeah, I mean, you hit that on the button because it's really, I mean, you kind of had a little bit of that from the extra parents, but for the most part, it's really rampant when it comes to millennial parents.
Hmm.
You got, I mean, if you were like trying to have a parent conference, you're having a parent conference with the parent and the student that listens to the same music.
Hmm.
I mean, make that make sense. They both like Nicki Minaj and Cardi B.
Mm, mm.
Okay, and you're trying to let them know that this person is not acting a certain way. You'll hear a parent say, "What's wrong with that? Why can't he say this?" Blah blah blah. The parent is like, for the most part, is advocating for the child's misbehavior.
Hmm.
So we're dealing with that because I mean, you guys hear a lot of millennials on these panels, like not so not so developed, right? They're raising kids though.
Yeah,
This is the
exactly.
part when I mean, when you hear these guys talk, they sound like teenagers, but hell, they got 10-year old, they got teenage children themselves.
Hmm.
So well, so it would not be far fetched if they're not, reading or looking out for the best of their education and so on, because they're probably trying to prove a point that they don't need it anyway. I'm all right. He don't need it either. That's probably the mindset. You
Yeah, well,
know.
Brother
that's
X, I
that's
gave
a
you the
horrible
greatest.
that's a
Brother X, I gave
horrible
you a great
mindset.
example of that tonight. And matter of fact, he's the one who stopped me from going over. Well, no man can stop me, but it stopped me from wanting to go over to Brother Zock's channel. His name was Brother Smooth. And I was on our channel when I told him that I would help him with his legal affairs and pay for it. And this brother asked me for a damn PlayStation 5, 4, whatever the hell it was. It was like 400 something dollars. And then he said, forget the child thing. He said, can you get me a damn one of these damn games, man? So this is what we're talking about. We got these type of people raising children.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's what I'm talking about. I mean, if you have irresponsible quote unquote adults and these people, I don't think the irresponsible should be responsible for anything. If you're an
Hmm.
irresponsible adult and now you're responsible for children, by default, you are going to pass that irresponsibility off onto the children. Like I said, if you're a person who reads on a fourth grade level yourself, the last thing you want to be doing is sitting on your kid bed trying to read a book, because that's what you'll be doing. You'll be trying to read a book. All right. You'll be trying to read it. So why would you do that when you can just plop your kid in front of the TV and put an Xbox joystick in his hand and walk on off and go into your room and take selfies on Facebook to try to get likes and shit. So I mean, this is kind of where we're living now. All right. We're living in a time now where media reigns supreme. Okay. Because see, we were we were we were jammed up before the onset of media. All right. We were messed up before that, and now media has been interjected into black society, and it has corrupted certain pockets of black society. I won't say it has corrupted all of black society, but it has corrupted a certain pockets of black society are corrupted by media. All right, they're corrupted by what media represents is corrupt. They're corrupted by the influences that come by way of media. So you got people neglecting their children for media. You got people who sit on media all day long while their kids are just doing whatever. All
All
But
right,
right.
brother
here's.
X, can I say something to that? Let's look on the other side of that book. All right. Just say you got irresponsible parents. All right. We pay our taxes into a system that has a federal guideline for schools, which states picks up and make their own guidelines go along with the initiative of what the federal government says has to be done. Now, if that's the case, and we take the school itself, then the school has to be prepared to know, to understand, like Art said in the beginning, that it ain't all coming from the same crown box or whatever. How he said it better than I said, but you know how he said it. So let's look at if you go have to be demanded by the federal government to send your children to school, then we go have to demand that they be able to prepare to educate our children, regardless of what the parents doing at home. The 6 hours they with them, or the 5 hours or whatever hours they have now, then they have to be prepared to know that these different levels of children are coming into the classroom. And Bush made it to have no child left behind. We can get behind something like that and bring that as an issue and say, if this is what it's supposed to be for the federal guideline, no child left behind, that the classroom can't move forward into a certain, Art probably can give you more information on this, but I do understand the premise of it. Then we as parents who might not even have children that way could bring these kind of solutions to PTA meetings and stuff like that, how our children learn, or how we go forward with our children to learn.
Well, let me give y'all some real talk. One, No Child Left Behind doesn't exist anymore. It's Obama put something else in. It's, I forgot what it's called. Something Student Success Act or whatever. That's supposed to like you know clean up some of the stuff that No Child Left Behind because they were a lot of schools were misappropriating money. Putting it somewhere other than where the children goes. The real talk I'm trying to give is nobody cares about the kids. Okay, I had a long talk with one of the superintendents out here, a brother, and he literally had to um, teach the black kids separate just to prove that not all of them, but it was a group of them, just to prove um, that the education that they were getting wasn't quality. So within like a couple, I think a semester or so, the equity gap closed like tremendously, and it kind of proved that the teacher that they were having over the years just didn't cut it when it come to teaching black kids. Some people would argue, then why should they care about them the same way they care about the bilinguals? You got you got millions of dollars into bilingual programs out here, okay? And it does put the culture in as well. It's called I think the budget is called LCAP. It's in the budget, and right now, there's a pathology that has to be addressed when it comes to black children because basically the equity gap is real wide across the board in the United States. And the thing is that the way that and Umar Johnson is really spot on this because he mentioned this as well. The best way that they can remedy these equity gaps is to put most of them into special education, and then just try to have them graduate without even worrying about having their math and English test scores at standard, and at the same time, not hardly any of them will be college and career ready, but at least they have high graduation rates. This is what, and they've been doing, brother. They've been doing this probably for like 20 something years. I'm just now like looking at the data. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is this. I know people like from the outside giving all these suggestions, but until you're inside looking at the numbers, sitting in school site council meetings, PTA don't really matter. You got to go to the school site council meetings. PTA is only thing you're gonna do as PTA meetings to get fat and probably get your mac on some old women. The where it's at is the school site council. I'm just gonna keep it real, y'all. And school site council, you're looking at budgets. You're looking at the things that are priority. Matter of fact, when they bringing in programs, they have to appeal to you, and your vote in that school site council will make a difference. You'd be like, hey, look, I'm not feeling this. Could you explain more? I mean, but right now, like out here in California, a lot of these school site councils meetings are filled with Latino moms. Half of them don't even speak English. Okay, let's just keep it real, man. So don't give me no stuff about well, what? Because people keep thinking that the schools are just some white, good old American systems. No, it's whatever is dominated in there. And the thing is, it's not really. It shouldn't be like that when because you're supposed to the children needs all children need an advocate, right? So you don't have enough of the advocates in there. I mean, people are complaining in there. They're doing the whole Monday morning quarterback in the sideline talking or whatever. But until you in the paint, you should not have anything to say. I'm just gonna keep it real. You should be there. And I don't care what kind of experience you had in your upbringings. We got to talk about what's happening today. This was happening because these kids, while we talking about this, each day will go by where these kids are growing up and learning how to be like Nicki Minaj and all these other people. They're learning this by each day.
Yeah, but
But
I'm I'm
Mhm.
of the mind that, because I always fall back on parenting, right? Because if you're a parent is like investing, right? I mean, the way you parent is like investing into a business or a property or whatever. Parenting is an investment into your kid. So if you're parenting a particular way, doesn't that ultimately affect how your kids are in school, especially if you're focusing on, you're reading to them, you're teaching them how to write, you're teaching them how to count, you're teaching them colors, how to tell time, how to hold a pencil, things like that before they even get to a schoolhouse, before they enter that building. Shouldn't they be prepared to start learning already? I mean, they know how to cuss, they know how to
Well,
cuss. So
well,
why don't they know colors? Why
I'm
don't
gonna
they
tell you,
know
I'm
their
gonna tell you on the parenting
ABCs?
part. The parenting part. If you know about Texas Hold'em and the Mexican standoff, you're gonna put parenting along with that. Meaning, if you're just going to wait for parents to just say, "Oh, I need to be responsible now. These kids need to be learn." I mean, that's it's not happening, man. So while that's not happening, and you have a school facility of learning, and the kids got to be there for 7 hours, what do you do while they're there?
Well, don't you? Well, if that's the case, isn't that isn't that the problem? Is because they're using people like you, brother Art. You're being used. You're being used as a babysitter because they're not there. Because a lot of these parents obviously are not focused on these children's education. All right, brother KIT, I see the message up there. I appreciate you, brother, for coming
Yeah,
through
no
tonight,
problem.
Somebody
Y'all
got
have a good
feedback
one,
too.
man.
as
Hey,
as
All right,
yeah,
thanks for the
always,
timekeeping, my brother,
Keep it
as
ticking.
yeah,
always.
no
brother.
problem. No problem.
Salute KIT.
Oh yeah, and one thing. Well, I seen your email on it, brother X. I don't want you to lose your thought on what y'all talking about. I catch y'all later though. I seen your
All
email
right,
though. All right,
my
all right,
brother.
Right.
Okay, yeah, somebody
all
got
right. Peace.
feedback.
Keep it
Yeah,
Um,
techy.
somebody feedbacking.
keep
Yeah,
it
man.
ticking.
For those of you who do not know, brother Keep It Techie is the official timekeeper of the TPOT debates. Check him out on Keep It Techie on YouTube and
Right.
keepittechie.com. Negroes.
And an excellent timekeeper at that.
Absolutely. The official timekeeper of the TPOT debates. But what I'm saying is this, because I know you know about this way more than I do, brother Art, because you're in the industry, you're in the field. You're being used. If if the only time these kids are having any focus on education is when they're in school, something's wrong. Because parents have to play a part in this, all right? Parents have to make sure they're doing their homework. Parents have to make sure that they're ready for school, have school supplies, make sure they know how to conduct themselves in school and all that kind of stuff. And also before they start going to school, they're supposed to be being taught colors and time and ABCs and count to 10 and how to hold a pencil and I mean, because I know when my kids was coming up, by the time they went to school, by the time they got to kindergarten, they already knew how to read. So it's not like they had to learn how to read. It's almost as if
Yeah,
they're compounding that because they're not just the school doesn't have to just worry about educating the kid. The school also has to worry about teaching the
raising
kids
them, raising them.
raising them and
That's what
teaching
I'm
them
trying to tell you,
the
fam.
rudimentary stuff.
Can we do something with the echo? It
That's
was
the brother
Yeah,
right there. He's got his
somebody
channel
got
open on
somebody
YouTube.
got somebody got the crazy
okay.
reverb going on
Oh,
back
okay. I'm
Uh,
gonna mute that. I'm gonna mute. That's me. That's me, brother X. I'm gonna mute.
Yeah,
okay. You sound like you're about to call for backup.
yeah.
Anyhow,
there.
uh, um, that's what I'm saying is that where I'm at, and I'm hearing somebody told me the same thing over there, and I think it was Memphis. Um, the majority of the black children in the inner city where I'm at are foster home kids.
Mm,
So when we have this whole parent speech, That goes out the window. Other part too is that we're dealing with a whole different breed of parents, like we just said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is this: what you would hope that while they're under your tutelage for 7 hours, or I think maybe some schools are 8 hours, you would be setting up an institution to where once they leave the school, they'll be able to break the pattern of irresponsible parenting and irresponsible patterns or what have you. You know, but the thing is, you got administrators only looking out for their own, right? Or sometimes it's this. You know how you say they're taking advantage of us. Guess what? Special ed is a big money maker.
Mm-hmm.
So the more special people, or you could just say they're special, that's lots of money coming in your school,
Mm.
right? The fact that you got low test scores, that's more money coming into your schools. The fact that you have a lot of students that are troubled, that's more intervention money coming into your schools, right? So it depends on the administrator that's trying to make a difference. You know, now when that money comes, fam, what happens? That money does not go to the kids. You can be an administrator and have one of your college buddies come in and do a speech saying, "Say no to drugs, stay in school." They walk away with $100,000 for one speech.
Mm.
They can do that with that money, but here's the other part that's critical. What if the students start improving? What if the test scores start going up? Where does that money go? It goes straight to the children. That comes from federal money. It goes straight to them. So this is where it lies a little bit on your administrator and his or her team.
Mm.
So when they whatever operation it is, that's because I'm seeing like it sounds like everything that we're doing right now is just mainly follow the money, and even down to your dysfunction of your children. That's one of the determine where the money goes.
Okay.
So yeah, we're thinking that people were sincere, and yeah, some of the teachers are like stressed out or whatever, and blah blah blah. But you got to know your school, you got to know your environment, you got to know which parents to call and which parents to say, "F, am I just gonna do it myself?"
Hey,
Because that's the only way in some inner cities. But not all schools. There's a lot of schools that are they're doing well, but there are some schools like we're talking about today that while you're there, you got to make some kind of difference, within them 187 days, because those parents ain't worth shit.
hey, brother X, you said something earlier, and I wanted to say it as you said, but we got into something else you was talking about. The last thing you want a parent who reads at a fourth grade education to read, be sitting up there trying to read to their students. And I'm gonna say to that is, well, where I'm at in California, that a lot of the students go to school for the first 4 or 5 years. They're Spanish speaking. They don't speak no English at all, and I know damn well their parent can't read no book. And so we can't use these kinds of things as excuses why our children is not learning. Because if they able to go to school and learn English and their parents ain't reading no damn book in English, then where's the breakdown?
Well, it's not about them having skills when they read. It's about having some kind of culture and learning
But
cadence
that's what
and
I'm saying.
patterns. But let me finish. Let me finish. So
Well, I
if there's a
wasn't finished.
Spanish
All right,
speaker,
I
no,
wasn't
because I was
finished.
going
All right,
I was going to touch on your Spanish part,
yeah, I wasn't
Spanish
finished though.
speakers. But okay,
And
I bet you is what I'm
me,
going to say.
okay, so me having a child go to school in California, I had to send my child to a school. It was going to Belmont. I had to send him to Marshall because Marshall is more of a prep school for children to go to college. And it was in Hollywood, and he was going to the one school in L.A. And one of the things I found out just from his friends that even the Spanish speaking kids to go into school, they couldn't discriminate in them. They can learn their first 2 or 3 classes, and I don't know if it's still, maybe that's what Arco talked about afterwards. They can go in there and speak Spanish and learn English, but from their culture, and that's why I was saying to support what he was saying earlier, that they even have, even when they can't speak the language, so even when they go to learn how to speak the language, it's coming from a cultural type situation where it makes it more easy for them to learn. Go ahead, Art.
What I was trying to say was that um, when you're reading to your child, I guess in English or what have you, it's a connection between the parent and the child, regardless of what language it is, based on literature and culture. And so it becomes more of a cadence and it becomes more of a pattern. So they'll take that pattern and bring it to school. So even if you get it from the Arabs, you get it from the Chinese, get it whatever. A lot of these other cultures, they do go over different stories about their families and all kinds of stuff before they go to bed. And I guess in the Latino cultures, usually the daughters more than the sons, right? But they do this on a normal basis. Remember I don't know if y'all heard about it, but sometimes the girls tell you that, they sit on Papa's lap while he's giving a story, then and then later on she goes to sleep. So that stuff is occurring, but like X was saying, we don't even take the time to do that. So I don't think it's a skill thing that they're doing when it's reading. It's more of a cultural connection along with the parent and the child.
No, I was
And I
speaking
didn't,
on the language, brother. So me
yeah.
and you can
So
disagree on that. I was speaking on the language.
oh well, this is what I do for a living.
I
So this
understand
is
you
what
do it for a
happens.
living, brother, but that don't mean just because you do something for a living, other people don't have inputs.
Yeah, I mean, but the input doesn't
But you
really.
you made it sound
Oh, go
minute
ahead.
if someone puts an input in it if they're not in the school. If I
This
have
is
a
nothing
child
personal,
going,
man. I'm just letting
no,
you know what works in the
I'm just
school.
saying if a person have a child in school, then they have a right to have input how their child has been teach or learn at school. So they have an interest too.
Yeah, but that can't be individually though. You
Yeah,
can't
because
say, well, I got this one kid out of 25 kids in this class, and I need you to teach this one kid out of the 25 a different way than you do the
No,
other
that was
25.
not my point, brother. My
especially
point
Gay Straight
is
Alliance.
whatever is, you still have an interest if you are demanded to send your children to school for 7 hours. You have an
Mhm.
interest in that child education.
I mean,
Yes, you're supposed to.
having an interest in what works and what's in policy are different
Well, you
things,
don't know
fam.
what work art unless you put it. I mean, it's a
What do you
Okay, I
mean?
see you
He's a
guys
come on,
made it.
man.
professor.
It's
I
a
see you
He's a
thing.
guys made it.
No, I'm
professor.
just
What
saying
are
it's
you
a
talking
thing, man.
about? Art's
I
about to
see you guys made
retire
it.
from the school
So
system,
what?
man.
All right.
So
So
what?
y'all take
So
care.
what?
Bye
So
Oh,
bye.
what?
Jesus
So
Christ,
what, X?
OG.
So
But
because
Art's been
somebody's about
doing.
to retire from something, you can't talk to a professor, you can't talk to a teacher. Come on,
But
man.
no, but what I'm saying is he's an educator, man. He's been
He
in the
might be an
system for a long
educator, but he didn't
time.
come up with the system, sir.
No, but he works within it.
He worked within the system. You send your kids within that system too. So you should have a right to have an input when you send your children to school about how their education is going to be. You are demanded. This ain't something you volunteer. This is something that's demanded on you.
Hmm.
See,
Yeah, but
I think see people know when something is personal. It's personal because there's some personal feelings before we get into discussion. It has nothing to do with the discussion. I'm gonna be who I am. I don't give a damn where I'm at. I
but
don't
we're not
disrespect
talking about
nobody,
that.
but I'm gonna say
You
what I
can
need to
say what
say as you
you
get to
can
say
say
what you need
whatever
to say.
you can say whatever you want
Yes,
on my
sir.
channel, OG. You know that. But what
Yes,
I'm
sir.
saying is this: someone like Art, right? Who's like, I think he's about to retire, so he's been like being a professor and a teacher for a long time. So I think he kind of knows how this works. I mean, at
Okay.
least I hope
Is
he
it working?
does.
Is it working?
Yeah, but he's not in
No, I'm asking
control
you,
of.
is it
He's not
working?
what as far as the educational
Is it
system goes.
working? As what's what he's talking about? Is it working? He's been working in it for some like 30 years. Is it working? If it
Well,
ain't working, then obviously his solution is no better than mine's.
I don't know
OJ,
about the
OJ,
I don't know
man,
about the California system. I'm in North Carolina,
I'm just
OG.
saying, if a person, wait a minute, if a person been working in your shop
Uh
for
huh.
30 years and
Uh
he don't know how to take damn spark plugs out and put spark plugs in,
huh.
and he keep telling you what's the problem with why he keeps stripping the goddamn block out, putting
Uh-huh.
spark plugs in, I'm sorry, that ain't the person I'm gonna take expert opinion from. I'm gonna take it from a person who might just came and got his first badge as for certification, who know how to put spark plugs in a car and might not been working no more than 6 months.
Hmm. Yeah, but I don't think the teachers are the problem and the professors are really the problem.
I think it's the whole system.
I think that they're getting handed scrap metal and
Well, if that's the
they're
case,
being
don't do the
told
damn
to
job. If you can't, wait a minute. If somebody gave me a gun and told me to go fight a war, and I know I wasn't sufficient enough to have the right kind of equipment to go out there and fight a war, you ain't gonna get me on the front line in the first goddamn place. First, you go give me some ammunition, and you go give me the right ammunition to go out there and do my firearm. That's point blank. So what I'm saying is, everybody in that school system, and I have 3 friends who are principals in school system. I know I'm very, very invested in the market garbage school out here. So when people start telling me that you shouldn't have input just because you don't work in that system and you don't know what the hell you're talking about, well, obviously we both don't know what the hell we're talking about because the system ain't fixed.
well, shouldn't the onus be on the parents to be pushing for the change?
That's
Shouldn't they
my whole thing. That was my
shouldn't
whole thing.
shouldn't the onus be on the parents to, because if the parents aren't interested in changing the system, there's no one else who's going to be able to force the hand of the administrators and the educators. If the parents don't give a shit, the educational system is going to do whatever it wants to do,
And that's
right?
my major points. We are taxpayers who pays into this. The federal government don't get to make these guidelines because they are paying for themselves. We as taxpayers, and especially if you own a home, you should have a greater input in the school district in your community, how your child is being educated. So point blank, you get all these personalities on here. Number one is I don't flip flop. I don't flip flop to be popular or non popular. I don't flip flop. I say
I don't
exactly
think
what's on my
I don't
damn
think it
mind.
was flip flopping. I mean,
No, I'm just telling you that
talk like that
conversation
all the time.
that conversation was not about what we was talking about. That was some emotional shit that was been in the past, and that was all that was. Anything I say, I don't give a damn if I say the sun was red, it still was gonna be blue. And I know
No.
when somebody, no, hell no, you can say what you want to
Oh.
say. I know men.
But brother Art isn't like that, man. I mean,
He's human, ain't he? He's human, right?
oh, so now you trying to say it's some
may I say
personal.
something?
Yeah, go ahead, brother Simplify. You got it, man.
Okay,
Bring us back, man.
okay,
Bring
I'm
us
gonna
back.
try to be objective here. Okay, all right. Now, I understand what OGJ Speed is talking about. Parents should be making demands. Fine. First of all, before parents make demands, parents have to be present in their children's lives to begin with. Okay, and voice their concerns. Now, when they do that, and you get a group of like-minded parents together, guess what they do? They march into the school, right? Who do they talk to? They talk to the principal, and they say, this system of education, the way they're learning, okay, it's not working for them. They're failing. Okay, we need to talk about this. You get a bunch of parents in that auditorium talking with the principal and the teachers. They learn how the curriculum works. They learn what they can do at home to supplement that system, right? For the sake of their children, yes? For the sake of their
Yes,
children,
sir. Yes,
learning
sir.
the 3 R's and socialization and all this type of thing, right? But the parents, again, I will say, as many parents I've heard say to me before I even had children, right? When my wife was pregnant with our first child, said when you put your children into the kindergarten, what have you, you and your wife, you have to be actively involved. You have to know how the kindergarten system works here, how the elementary school system works here, and you got to keep in touch with the teachers. Okay, for me, for example, okay, whenever my son or daughter got out of line in school, guess who was called? My wife was called, and I was called. My wife used to say, Eric, don't go into it. And I looked at her and I said, excuse me, don't go into it. These are our children. They're in school. Okay. Their teachers are responsible for teaching them tertiary education. Fine. All right. But hey, listen, I'm going to go into it because I want to know um, why my son got out of line. And as a matter of fact, one day the teacher called, okay, and my wife said, okay, Eric, you do that. Guess what? So I did that. Whenever the teachers called, I went there and I talked with the teachers. Okay. The teachers told me how my son got out of line in school. And my son was there with us. And I questioned my son directly. Sir, why did you do this? He explained to me why he did it. Okay. There was some kid that was picking at him in school. Okay. My son also, I discovered, my son suffered from dyslexia. So when he reads, he can't comprehend what he's reading. Why? It's confusing for him. Children with dyslexia, they suffer from that. So he got counseling. Fortunately, they had school psychologists on deck, on staff in the school where my son was attending. So he could get counseling for it and how can I say, get training for it. Okay.
You kind of, you're
like
like,
dyslexia, and he can learn, to do the reading and the comprehension.
You're
Get in a better
skipping,
spot,
I'm
my
skipping
brother.
again.
and you're
Yeah,
and
you
you're
gotta
coming
get
in
a
and
better
out,
spot.
and you're like speeding up, and it's weird.
You better get
It's
closer
Let
to
me put
your
my
neighbor's
okay.
Wi-Fi. Come on now.
yeah, you might have to drop
I
down
put
and come
my
back in. Drop down and come
okay. I
back.
put my headset on too. Okay, all right. I'll do that.
Okay. So, brother X, when we're
Yes.
having a conversation, all right,
hmm
you're a man just like I'm a man.
Yes.
And when people come in sidewind and taking pot shots at you, I'm smart enough to know when somebody taking a pot shot at me. All right.
hmm
When I start hearing words, key words like, "Well, if you ain't in it, you shouldn't be saying anything," or "when you this and you that." Now I'm the only one up here who's talking about this at this angle. So when you
hmm
start saying that, to me, you're taking sidebar how to come at me. And I know when somebody's coming at me, but he's being polite by doing it. Man, just man up and come at me. You don't have to come all with that bullshit and act like you the metal tone where you just sound like, well, I'm really just having a conversation. Look, man, I know when somebody's coming at me, bro. I'm
hmm
smart enough to know that, brother X.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue that with you, OG. I mean, you know what you know. I'm not going to argue that. You know what you think. I mean, if you think
If
what
you
you
ever
think,
want to come at me and you want to talk about it and get it over, we could do it over here. Cause I don't, I'm no whole bar. Like motherfucker, I know you know who I am, and I know who you are. I've been on. I mean, in fact, he did one of my first interviews. He did my first interview, but there's some other shit that was learned later on that maybe he might got upset because I told the Smooth thing. Smooth used to be one of his number one men over there. I didn't like the motherfucker when he come up and ask me to buy my Xbox when he's supposed to be trying to go in the courtroom and getting his child, and I was going to invest $700 to get his paperwork done. So maybe he don't like that. I don't know what the hell it is. What his personal
well,
thing is.
I don't know anything about that. I have no idea what you're talking about right
I brung it
now,
up in the
OG.
debate tonight.
I don't know anything about that.
Yes, sir.
Brother Art's my man. I've been dealing with Brother Art for a long time.
That's
I
cool.
know I know that he's been in the educational system for a very long time. And because this is my thing. Okay.
Brother Umar to me, is the
I
smartest motherfucker who's talking about what's wrong with our
yes.
kids and what's her name.
Yes,
And I
yes,
roll
yes.
with him.
Yeah,
I
I
can
know.
call him up on my Rolodex.
Yes,
I
me
don't want to
too.
hear all that other
I
bullshit.
know Dr. Umar, man. I've
Yeah.
known
I
Dr.
know you
Umar
know him.
since I've known him since 2007 or 8. I know. I've sat down with that man. I've chopped it up with that man. He's been on my channel multiple times.
Yes,
I
sir.
know Dr. Umar. I got
So
his
you know
phone
what
number.
I'm talking
I
about.
got his
So
phone number too.
I mean,
So
even with his progressive attitude, he at least if you say something that is coinciding what he's talking about, he ain't gonna take pot shots. And yeah, you right, you correct, brother. And you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, but what
Nothing
I'm
I said up here, nothing I said up here was incorrect. Really, it wasn't
no,
incorrect.
I'm
It
not.
was just
I'm not
coming from the
saying that.
wrong mouth. It was coming from the wrong mouth.
Maybe I don't know what's in Brother Art's mind. Okay, I don't know what's in his mind. I don't know what's in your mind. I don't know what the hell y'all got going on. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what's happening. I have no idea, and let's just keep it that way.
Okay.
Um, let's just keep it that way, man. I have no idea what's going on. I'm all right with you. I'm all right with Brother Art, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. And we're gonna go to Simplify. What's good with it?
Okay, can you hear me now? Am I
Yes,
okay now? Okay,
yes.
cool.
Please bring us
Now,
back. Bring us back.
oh,
We ain't never
okay,
left, brother. That
okay.
shit
What I
happened
would,
on your channel. We ain't never left. All right. This shit happened on your
oh,
channel. It didn't happen
okay,
last week. It happened on your
oh,
channel. Why his ass
What?
was
OGJ
up here.
Speed, may I speak?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay. What I was saying is this: I bring it back to the family. I bring it back to home training. Okay, because when you do that, you have an idea of how smart your kid is and what specific issues that your children may have. Like I said before, you probably didn't hear me. My son suffered from dyslexia. Okay, the teachers just thought that he was dumb, right? That he had no reading comprehension skills, to the point where one teacher had the audacity to tell my son that the best profession you can have is that of a cook. Now, a cook is an honorable position, especially if you go from cook to chef. Okay,
Mhm.
you can eventually open your own restaurant. But the point I want to make, as far as that is concerned, is don't restrict my son's choices in profession. Okay, because you see he has a problem with reading comprehension. Find out why he has that problem with reading comprehension. We found out the problem was dyslexia. And when you have dyslexia, you suffer from um, um, a very low level of reading comprehension. What you read is confusing to you. You can read the words, but you can't comprehend the sentence, okay, that the words make up. So he got counseling for that. Fortunately, in the school that he attended, um, there was a school psychologist on deck, and the school psychologist, he talked with me and he helped set it out. And now Cedric is doing graphic design for advertisement companies, right? He just got a promotion. He's in charge of his team now. He's been working with them for 5 years. He's a supervisor in charge of the team that he started out working with, right? When he was green, when he first came into the shop. All right. So so children can do better. My son is not special. There are many children who suffer from dyslexia, but if that's not diagnosed, then you may think that the children, especially boys, are just being rude and obnoxious in class. No, they're frustrated because they can't comprehend the curriculum, because they can't comprehend what they're reading, what they're studying. But these things have to be found out, and it's parents that have to point out these difficulties that their children may be having in learning. And then what you do, like I said, you get a group of people, like-minded parents concerned about their education, right? Go and talk with the principal, make an appointment with the principal and say, hey, listen, the way the system is working here, the way the children are being educated here, they're being warehoused. Okay? We know that you're not our children's parents. Okay, you're their educators. But if they're not being successfully educated, okay, then their prospects for life are dim. So we got to change some stuff up here. But it takes parents and adults to do that. So I take it back to the family. I take it back to home training. Now, this is a more personal thing. The way my children, my daughter and my son learned to read, being that we're all a family of faith. I started off reading prayers to my son and daughter to the point where my daughter, if I forgot to read the prayers, my daughters would say to me, "Hey, Papa, come and read the prayers with me. You forgot? You hear me?" Put the light bulb on in my head. And so what happens is I would read the prayers in English. She would repeat them. And some of those prayers she would memorize, right? But at the same time, she could look in the prayer book and she could read those prayers. Her mother, on the other hand, speaks Finnish, so her mother would read prayers to her in Finnish. This is how my children started learning the basics of reading and reading comprehension. And my son, along with the child psychologist, the school psychologist, he got professional um, training on how to deal with dyslexia, and he got over it. But at the same time, I can't stress enough, and many parents have said it, many people have said it, it starts at home.
It has to. I mean, doesn't it? I'm if you're a kid, especially if you're talking about grade school all the way up to high school, right? More than
Hmm.
likely you're living with your parents, right? It's not like when you're in college. When you're in college, you're on your own. You live on campus. You live in the dorms. You live somewhere else. But up
Right?
until the time you graduate high school, more than likely you're living at home. Therefore, home should be a crucial part of your education. I mean, your
Oh,
education shouldn't just be, I put you on the bus, you gone for 8 hours, and you come home, and then when you
hmm.
come home, it's nothing. We don't talk about school. I don't help you with your
Right.
schoolwork. We don't discuss school. We don't
Hmm.
discuss education. We don't discuss what you learn. And and
Hmm.
and likewise, before you go to school. I will harp on that forever because guess what? There are, I know the last time I read a study, and this study I believe was from 2018. It may be different now. Only 20% of black children are reading on a grade level by the time they're in the fourth grade. It drops 5 percentage points when they get in the eighth grade because only 15% of black children are reading on grade level by the time they get into the eighth grade. So, that being the case, if a child is not reading on grade level by the time he's in the eighth grade, and the parents, number one, haven't figured it out, number two, haven't tried to do anything about it, or number three, hasn't brought it to the attention of the school or the institution, that is a failure on the parent, just like it's a failure on the school. It's not like those two things are simpatico because by the time you're in the eighth grade, you're what? You're 13, right?
Hmm.
You're
Yeah.
13.
Over
So
here, over here in Philly, you're 15 because they don't start formal schooling until they're 7 years of age.
yeah, I mean, you're 13. Now you're 13 years old and your freaking parents don't know that you can't read. They don't know that. They're not actively trying to do something about that. They're not bringing it to the attention of the school. And forget at 13, what about, because if your ass is illiterate at 13, that means you were illiterate at 12, 11, 10, 9.
All the
It's
way
not like,
down.
yeah, it's not
All the
like
way.
you could read all the way up until your 13th birthday and then you just woke up and now you're illiterate. Your parents
Hmm.
knew you were illiterate. If they didn't
Right.
know, if they didn't know you were illiterate, that means that they are parents that aren't paying attention to shit you got going on in your
Or
school life.
is it an or in there too? You just said it. Do you know there's a reason why all newspaper in the United States of America was written at a sixth grade level?
Why? Because they figure that's the
The
reading
school
level
system
of
was
every
fucked
person.
from the
Mm.
beginning. Okay, they understood it was not a system that would educate all these different people that comes inside of that house. They already knew that, and up to date, still all newspaper is written at a sixth grade level of reading. Now let's go back to what you just said. I
Mhm.
think everybody would agree with you. The parents has a greater influence to get their children prepared for schooling. But you got to understand the parent role is to get your children ready for life skills. And it's a different approach, life skills, than it is when it comes to instructional in school. Let me just give you a great example. We got that general in the house, so I'm going to say this. When you think you know all your life skills and you think you know your education, and as soon as you get your ass in boot camp, you'll find out what you don't know. So what I'm trying to say is, anytime it's mandatory for your child to be in any fucking setting for 6 and 7 hours, there's a greater responsibility of the people who have your children for that length of time, and it is on the parent who's for life skill. Now, do they both work together? Yes. Nobody's disagreeing with that. But to put a greater on the parent than you do for the school system, that you are mandatory to send your children there. Let's think about Mr. X. Let's think about when parents couldn't read at all. Why do you think the school system was made? It was made to send your children so they would have a better life than their parents. And their parents couldn't read at all. So let's don't act as if this school system.
But
there's
what about
great
all
videos
those?
on this.
What about all those years before you go to school, though? What about
Yeah,
all
this is
those years?
this is what I'm just saying. Nobody see you. I think what we're getting off on, what we're really saying the same thing. It works hand in hand.
Agreed. Agree. I agree with you 100%.
It works hand in hand, and we trying to separate and trying to put one fault more on
not-
one than the other.
You're not, because you're not born going to school. You're born and you.
But
grow,
you are mandatory to do it, regardless
Yeah,
of you born.
You are. You are. But guess what? In the
You
end,
get to be
it's
4
your-
or
it's your
5
parent.
years old
Yeah.
before you go to school. So
Look,
you're with your parent.
Your
those
par-
5
your
years.
parents guide
most
you.
guys,
You're not in a schoolhouse.
Yeah, but most guys couldn't do algebra right now as a parent or calculus. Now, are you gonna hold the school responsible because the parent can't do calculus or algebra? No, that's the school's job to teach your child that, not the parent's job. Most people, Robin Harry had a good a joke about this. Say he ain't gonna get his parents to help him with his goddamn homework because every time he took it to school, all the goddamn answers was wrong. See, you got a lot of stuff that changes in school that parents even just came out of school 10 or 15, 20 years. Shit is moving so fast, they don't even understand it. So it works hand in hand, brother. That's all I'm just saying. You can't put a greater responsibility on one over the other when you are mandatory to do it.
I believe that it is the parents' job to teach the children how to learn. And once they know
that's what I believe.
once they know how to learn, they're going to do better in school if they know how to learn before they get to school. Because if you rely on the school to teach them how to learn, they're going to have a harder problem learning how to read, write, count, colors. They're going to have a harder time. So shouldn't the parents be teaching the children how to learn before they even get into a schoolhouse?
That's where the life skills come in, brother. But you got to understand the life skills of a parent to teach a child how to learn changes when you get into somebody else's square. You got to understand that. It's been so many times. Let's just take the Market Garvey School, right? Market Garvey School was put up to show the school system that they can take the average kid or the average troubled kid and make them more smarter than any kid in any community skill. Now, you think I'm lying about this? If you have a talk with Art on the outside, he'll tell you this to be true. So they would take these children that couldn't learn, couldn't do anything, have the same goddamn parents, and send them to Marcus Garvey School or out here in California. These children, at the in the 5th grade, they be doing calculus. You understand what I just said? In the 5th grade with the same damn parents. So I have seen.
But OGJ Speed, That's the environment. That's the learning environment. It's a
This is what
stable
I'm
learning
telling. Wait, we
environment.
see the learning environment is the school that we are talking about. The 5
Yeah,
to 6 hours we're talking about, they are in that environment.
I
That's what I'm
get you,
talking about.
man.
The parents haven't changed. The
I
damn
get you.
students changed because they got better instructors, better teachers, better
I
methods of
agree.
learning.
Listen, I agree, man. Listen, man. My wife herself has been a child educator in some capacity. Okay, over the last 20 years. Okay, she's been 10 years formally a kindergarten teacher, right? And the things that they do in school, I mean, the things they do in kindergarten, for example, over here in Finland, right? I can only speak for that because I saw that system at work. Okay. Um, as far as my children are concerned, their education, right? So they have these little circles. They have story time, right? And the kindergarten teachers read stories, right? And first they start with stories like adventure stories to get the children interested, right? And then they get into more detail about the story. You know, it could be about the talents of the heroes in the story. It could be about um, what can I say? The children may draw pictures of their favorite heroes from the stories and whatnot as best they can, right? But at the same time, though, the kids learn colors and whatnot. Why? Because these books that they have are colorful. Okay, and when the children may ask, well, what color is that? What color is that? If they don't know, and the teachers will tell them what the colors are. But at the same time, you can look right outside and you can look at the colors of the trees, the leaves on the trees when they turn from summer to autumn. Okay, and any parent can go out and say, well, look at that tree there. You notice that the colors are different in the summertime than they are in autumn. Okay, these are life skills, right? The children know the environment. They know the greenery. They know about foliage, right?
Why are you separating it,
And
brother?
and all this type of thing.
Well, I'm just
Well,
saying, why are you?
I'm not separating it. What
Okay,
I'm
I'm just
saying
wondering. I
is
was just
that
wondering what
I'm talking
you
about
coming. I'm
we
just
talk
saying,
about hand in
why are
hand
you
learning, right?
separating? Because I said that from the beginning. The
I'm not
parents go teach the.
separating.
Okay,
I'm telling you what I've experienced here,
I'm
what
telling
I've
you what I
seen.
experienced. I went to military school all my life because I couldn't deal with the school system. They see that I wasn't gonna deal with the school system, all right? So
Hmm.
when I went into that system of learning, it's different from the regular school of learning. Just as private school is different from that system of learning. There's all kinds of way of learning, and use that people have things scrambled in their brains and stuff like that that they can't learn and stuff like. I mean, we got actors who have the same disease that your child had when he whatever they call it now. So you
Yeah,
got Whoopi Goldberg. You got a lot of actors that have that
yeah.
same thing to get things scrambled in their brain when they're reading stuff. My thing is, I can answer this goddamn question in one goddamn statement. If it ain't to educate your children, why in the hell you sending them to school in the first place?
I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying that. But life skills is a
No, I
form of
want you to
ed.
answer that question. If it ain't
But
to educate your children into math, science, history, then why
that
the hell
is
are you
the
sending your
purpose.
kids there in the first
That
place?
is the purpose. I know that's the purpose, man. Come on, man. Who you talking to,
No, I'm
man?
not talking to you in general. I'm just talking about in general this conversation. That we making
Yeah.
this like rocket science, like the school don't have no responsibility at educating
I'm
our
not saying
children.
that. I'm not saying that, and I would never say that.
I
The
think the
schools and it,
responsibility of I think the responsibility of the parents and the responsibility of the school is simpatico because
yeah,
if you got a parent who's not interested in your education, guess what? No matter what the school is doing, you're going to be a failure in education.
Not if the
Plus,
teacher catch some interest of that child who understand that that child may have come from that kind of home setting and take interest in that child. See, this is the difference between
yeah, but
a
that's
23
social.
year old. But I'm just
That's
saying,
not
this is
that's
the
not
this is the difference.
education
No,
now,
no, but
OG.
this is
That's
the difference.
social work
No, but listen,
now.
what I'm just saying. You can call it what you want to call it. This is the
That's
difference
social work.
between some 23-year-old white girl who never met a black child in their life and having a black teacher who understand the all the levels of things that child might be going through in his home setting. There's been story after story of teachers who took interest in children like that and made them successful. And I know you might disagree with that, but
I don't
you
buy that whole. Well, I'm a black teacher, so
no. I'm just saying. I'm saying I don't care if it's a white
teacher.
I don't care if it's a white teacher. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't care if it's a white teacher. There's been stories after stories that teachers who catch interest of certain students knowing that they need certain way of learning and take that interest, and the students come out to be greater than some of the top students all over this country.
Oh, so
you know why? You know why? Because they build a system. They build a system of education around
smoke crack. They know that they
I know you want to get that in. Go ahead and get it 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 in. Because that's what it always boils down to. The black women ain't doing shit. So that's what it boils down to. Regardless of you seeing your goddamn student to the goddamn class for 7 hours, it's still the black woman's fault that the goddamn kid ain't learning. Get it in. Go ahead and get it in, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. I know what this is about. Go ahead and get it in.
That's facts. Listen, OGJ Speed. OGJ Speed. Okay, let me say something to you now. Okay, all those teachers who have been successful, right, in educating these children, right? What do? They build a system around the interests of the education of the children, and certain children do need different ways of learning. They build systems of education around that, and that's how those children succeed.
And we agree. We agree. And we agree on that one. We totally agree on that.
Right now is he's not talking about education. He's talking about education/social work.
But see, that's what education is, social work, brother. You didn't know it was that? You didn't know school was social? I don't. You didn't. Wait a minute. Let's define what school is. If you didn't know it was social, then we can't talk about this subject. You didn't know school was social?
I don't think that it's a teacher's job to be concerned with what the hell is going on at home with a student. Her job is to educate the student, not think about whether or not he's having a hard time or whether or not mom smoked crack or mom.
You know what? Y'all care more about y'all dogs than y'all care about y'all children. Sometimes you want to make the shame game on every goddamn thing but the elephant in the room. No, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You know what? Let me finish this. Let me finish getting this in. If a fucking take a damn dog to the kennel, the first thing the instructor asks is, what is that dog behavior? You will have no problem telling that instructor what the behavior of that fucking dog is. But when it comes to our children, it's all of a sudden it's some social bullshit that we shouldn't be talking about or worrying about. I guarantee you, if you got a class full of kids, you want to know who the hell you're dealing with. I know if I was an instructor, I want to know who the hell out there. And I have instructed people in martial arts and boxing. I want to know who the hell I'm dealing with. I want to talk to the parents and know if they got a bad attitude. I want to know a lot of things about this child before I start teaching this child, brother.
Yeah, but isn't that what your guidance counselor is for? Isn't that what your guidance counselor is for?
And that's all that's in school. All that's in school. And the guidance counselor usually talk to the teacher about the problem of the student.
Yes. They may talk to
well, you just say you don't want to know anything about it.
I said teacher, it's not the teacher's responsibility.
But the teachers go get it from the guidance counselor how this child can learn.
But we're talking about.
But all that's in the school system, brother. You can't separate it. We're talking
about educating the child. We're not talking about whether mom's.
But you want to bring up the guidance counsel.
Mom ain't got no food in the refrigerator.
That has a lot to do with children. Do not do well when their stomach is hungry.
Well, they don't do well when they got mamas that smoke crack and suck dicks either, OG. Let's not get into this.
But wait a minute, you know what? But a child is not, wait a minute, that child is not feeling that in their stomach. That might have something to do with their head. But I know when their stomach is not full, they don't learn. That's why they started the breakfast program. Okay? I understand in the end of the day, Brother X, you want to put it all on some fucked up shit. That it has to always be the mama.
No.
You know. That's what you want to get in. Go ahead and get it in.
Okay.
You know I'm gonna speak my mind now.
I would do that.
Let me hear from General. I want to say what General got it. Can we hear from General?
I would take that case. I would say it's all on the mother. I'm willing,
Okay,
I'm
well,
willing to
I
take
know
that
you.
one.
Okay,
OG.
that's fine. That's fine. That's
OG,
fine.
and what's up, everybody on the panel?
Yes,
Brother
sir.
X.
Hey, what's
How
up?
My
you be, man?
apologies, man.
You
What's
know
going on,
these old,
everybody?
mammies don't get no
We
wiggle
good.
room on this channel.
Hey,
Not
check it
on
out.
this channel.
Hey,
Not
brother X.
on this channel.
I
Brother
Not
X.
understand.
on
I
this
understand. Hey,
channel.
look.
Mom
I know
gets
when I'm
no
at a
wiggle
clan meeting.
room.
I know when I'm at a clan meeting, and I'm prepared for a clan meeting tonight.
Oh, that's
Brother
good.
X.
If
Because
y'all
you
want to
know,
get it in, let's get it in.
Well, okay, let's
If
get it
y'all
in.
want to get it
Brother
in,
X.
let's get
Let's
this
get
shit
it in
in.
there. Let's
Brother
get it
X,
in.
Brother X, can I show you something? Wait a minute. I want to cam up because I want to show you a book I read that I swear by. This is an initiative I took as a father. You know why? Because I am also responsible for the raising and the character development of my children. So I'm going to show you something right quick. Can you see this book? Can you see the title of it? Can y'all see
I can
that?
see it. I can see it.
Okay. This book here,
Yeah, I see it.
I read this book, right? This book is written by a PhD, child psychologist, child educator. Okay, this book has got so much practical information on it. I took extensive notes, and I swear by this book. But the thing about it is this, okay? I think that if more parents were to read certain types of books about their childhood, about their child's development, okay, they would be more aware and they would be more scrupulous when they speak with guidance counselors, as well as teachers, as well as principals in school, so that the curriculum can be more, how can I say, more conducive, right, to educating children. But what I'm saying is this, okay, as X said before, the formal school education and also the social skills learning at home, they're simpatico. They go together hand in hand. The problem is a lot of times there's a disconnect. Okay, you got teachers in school who are trying to teach students. Okay, and with public schools, at least I know in New York City, even when I was a kid, teachers were in schools teaching 38 to 40 students. Okay, and the thing about it is that their levels, your different levels of intelligence when it comes to reading comprehension, writing, learning, reading, writing, arithmetic, were not all at the same level. Okay, but those kids got to go through the same curriculum. So I get what you're saying, OG Speed. I understand that. I had an advantage. My parents paid tuition for me to go to parochial schools from kindergarten through 10th grade. Okay, I had that
OG,
advantage.
OG just want to give these mamas some more wiggle room.
No,
He know
I
they
won't
don't.
give you no wiggle room. I'm
He know
just
they
tired
don't
of
get.
y'all just
He know
blaming
they don't
everything
get
on
no
the mom.
wiggle
Where the
room
fucking
over
daddy's
here.
at? Where the fucking
Well,
daddy's at? Not my question to you, TP.
all right, all right, all
Where's
right.
the
Oh,
fucking
wait.
daddy's at?
Well,
Where's the
OG,
dads at?
okay,
Where's the
OG
fucking dads at?
Wait, OG.
No,
OG
not you, brother. I ain't
JC.
speaking to you right about now. I'm speaking to T.P.O.T because he slid that in. Where's the fucking daddies at? Y'all got all this goddamn fire and all this gaslighting for mothers. Where the fucking fathers at?
You know
I'm
why I
not
got gas?
gaslighting.
You
I'm
know
not
why?
I'm just
gaslighting.
asking. Now I don't know why. I just want to ask you where the fathers at.
You know why I got
Where the
gaslighted
fathers at, brother?
For mamas, I'll show you why.
Okay, no, I want to. I want
I'll
to say where the fathers
show
at.
you
No,
why.
And I can show you. And I can show you
I know where the
pictures
father's
of.
at.
why.
I
know where the
understand.
father's at.
I understand.
You familiar with
You
the
got
story?
that, and I can pull up
I know
pictures with
I know where the father's at.
You familiar with the story?
the story of the mother who killed her. Yeah. But how many stories can you feel? Wait a minute, my brother. How many stories can you put up with fathers doing some crazy shit with their children?
Mothers kill children.
I'm asking you a question. How much research would you go out there and do to find out fathers doing some bullshit with their children? See, this is the problem. This is why we keep fighting in our community, because nobody wants to be accountable on either side what's really happening in our community. We want to point fingers at each other.
Mothers do it more, OG. They just
okay. I know. Hey, look, just like I say, I know when I'm at a clan meeting. Y'all go ahead. I know when I'm at a clan meeting. Y'all go at it. I know when I'm in a clan meeting, brother.
Mothers do it more, OG. You can look it up if you want.
Because fathers are not in the house, why would they not do a mother? That's where the children is at. What would be the numbers?
Why you
And
think
let's
the
do the
fathers are
numbers.
not in
Wait a
the
minute.
house?
Let's do the numbers. Let's do the numbers. If
Can we
80% of the single household is ran by women, why wouldn't you believe that mothers do more terrible shit when it comes to children? Because they don't want to get them.
Right. Why you think that? Why you think that? It's a reason for that.
What's the reason?
I mean,
Go ahead and tell me.
you're
I know you're gonna tell
you're
me.
one that's
Go ahead
not
and
being
tell me, brother.
accountable.
Go ahead and tell
No,
me.
I think you already know.
No,
I
go
think
ahead
you
and
know.
tell me because
It's
I
a
got
couple
my
of reasons.
I went and got
It's
my
a couple
child
of
out of the
reasons.
courtroom.
It's
So
a
tell
couple
me
of
why
reasons.
you didn't. Well, tell me why these other brothers
Hold
came
on,
together.
OG. I'm a single father too.
Okay,
So
so you got
run
yours
that past
too.
me. You can't
But
run
I'm just
that
saying,
past me. But you
you
know, I
got
had to
yours,
fight.
right?
I had to fight like hell.
And I
So it's
fought
a
like hell
reason.
too.
It's a
You fight
reason
more for
behind
your
that.
fucking car than you do
Oh
for
no!
your children. Go
No,
ahead, not
no,
you,
no.
not you in
Can we
person.
can
But
we
I'm
can
just
we hear
saying,
AJ?
uh-uh.
OGJ Speed, respectfully, brother.
At this
Can we
AJ,
hear
he didn't
AJ?
even
Can we
show up
hear
for the
AJ?
debate. Let's hear General. He didn't even show up for the debate. Fuck that. Let's
I'm
get
here
General.
now. I'm
Come
here
on,
for the
man.
debate
No,
now.
you
I'm
ain't show
right
up for the
here,
debate,
sir.
man. You 3
I'm
hours
here.
ago,
What you
color people
talking
time
about, sir?
shit. Fuck
Well,
that.
I had to
Let's get
work.
here with the
I have
General.
to work.
Hey,
I
look,
work a job,
T.O.P.
sir.
This
I
man,
work a job.
for whatever he had to do, I don't have no boss man. I don't have
Hey,
no
that's
motherfucker I
good,
clock in for.
and
So
that's good.
I'm telling General,
Hey,
let's see what the General got
I'm
to
not
say about
knocking
this
that.
conversation. You wasn't even in the debate, brother.
And by the way,
Brother, you wasn't even at the debate.
I
Come on
don't
now.
clock in.
You
I
wasn't
don't
even at
clock
the
in.
debate. God
I
damn. Why am I even
don't clock
talking to
in.
you?
Hold on,
I ain't
hold
wasting my
on, hold
time
on,
with your
hold on,
ass. You
hold
can't
on,
even
hold
show
on.
up. You
Everybody,
got
I
somebody
am.
to
I'm
clock
here
in
right
on.
now, sir.
You can't
I
show
just
up.
gonna
But
try
brother, the
to
debate is
run
over
that
3
weak
hours
ass shit.
ago.
It
What the
don't
hell
matter.
you
You
talking
had a
about?
debate, right?
You
President,
think
can
Did
we
you
you
not
not
have
think
a
we on
debate?
your
can we
time?
show
Did you
respect
not
We
for
ain't
have
on
a
your
debate? I
goddamn
didn't
respect
say
for
time.
that.
brother
I did
X's?
not say that.
We ain't on your
uh,
damn
hold
time,
on,
brother. Come on
hold
now.
on,
Let's
hold
see what
Can
the
on,
we
general
show
got
hold
to say.
respect?
on,
Can we show respect
hold
for brother X
on,
at
hold
least? Okay.
on. God damn it. The General has joined us. What's good, the General? Can you
What's up,
bring us
General?
back? Bring us back.
Hey man, hey, there's some valid points being made on both sides. We have to really chew through the meat and get to the bone of what we're talking about here. Um, I was fortunate enough to have been raised in a two-parent household along with my grandmother and grandfather. So I believe that the baseline of education starts in the home with the parents from the time the child is cognitive enough to understand right from wrong. The teaching begins there. That's number one. Number two, for far too long in our community, we have set precedents where we want the teachers to be the pseudo babysitters and parents for these kids once they get into school, and particularly elementary. I have a lot of family members that are school teachers at all levels, some that are college professors. I've been teaching and instructing the younger generation and volunteering with kids in my community for over 35 years. I've seen parents who have children with disciplinary problems, children with medical problems, ADHD, AHD, and all this other jazz, and they'll drop the kids off unfed, halfway clean, and expect you to instill some sort of discipline in them. I've taught boxing, I've coached basketball, I've coached baseball, I've been an instructor, a drill instructor in the United States Army, and I see 18, 19, 20, 24, 25-year-old young men and women enter into the military service and have no discipline, baseline of discipline whatsoever. Discipline starts in the home. That's number one. That's before the education can begin. Now, we can point the finger at our education system and say that there's all types of problems, which there is. In the modern era, teachers are overworked and underpaid. They're dealing one teacher with 30 to 35 students in most of these inner cities, and these kids have no home training whatsoever. There was a video that was spawned. I believe you can still find it on YouTube, where there was a substitute teacher in a room full of teenage kids. And the way that they treated that lady, if that had been my mother, it would have been a mass killing that day. These our children are out of control because of the disintegration of the two-parent households. That's my belief. I'm standing on that farm. I don't give a fuck about, oh, I'm a single father and I'm a single mother and I don't give a fuck. It takes two people, and it has taken two people ever since the late 70s, moving into the modern era, to deal with, instruct, discipline, and raise our children. Without a family intact, you're setting the next generation up of young people for disaster. Period. Now we can point the finger at and X. I know that's your thing, and I can agree with that. But I also must flip the script, and I have to agree with goddamn OG. Where are the fathers? I've been through marriages and divorces and dealt with hellion and hellcat women, so I can understand when men get tired and they go, you know what, the hell with it, I can't. You won't. Okay, fuck it. Just here, take the check, and I'm out of here. And then they forget that they still have children, that there's a responsibility there. But because they can't go back and fuck the mamas when they want to, right? And fuck other women and expect the mama to take it, right? They want to throw their hands up. And that's a problem that we have to deal with. Oh man, she won't let me know because you want to. No man, because you want to go out here and have a side bitch or two or three and expect to drag your dumb ass at home 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And then you want to lay up under her, and when she don't want you to do that, you want to have a problem with it. We got to be real, gentlemen.
I
We
totally
have to
disagree.
be.
I
We
totally disagree.
You can
Totally.
disagree all. You can disagree all you want to.
No,
You can
well,
look.
listen.
I'm not
Well,
here to
listen.
argue. I'm not
I'm
here.
not
Believe
here
me,
to
I'm not
argue
done.
either. I'm just saying I
I'm not.
disagree.
That's fine,
His
and that's okay. And I'll listen to your disagreement when I'm done.
Go ahead.
I'm telling you what I've seen over 35 fucking years of dealing with these young kids, over 40 plus years of dealing with, in particularly, Black American ADOS women. I'm telling you what I've seen. I've listened to both sides of the story, and I understand both sides of the story. I, as a black man, have went through things with black women. I've also put some black women through some things. See, I'm honest in my approach when I approach these conversations. I can't just sit up and say, it's all on the mamas. It's all on the mamas. It's some niggas that done took some good women and ran them bitches in the dirt. And you niggas
Well,
can sit up here and
I
play
can
like
agree.
you niggas
I
can sit
can
up here.
I can agree
Wait a
with
minute, X.
that. I
I'm
can
gonna
agree
give you
with
the mic.
that.
I'm
I
gonna
can agree
respect.
with
I'm
that.
gonna respect you, brother. I'm gonna respect you, brother, because it's your show. Some of you niggas can sit up here and talk about these women all you want to, but when you really take a hard line look at some of the actions of some of our men, the men in our communities, be it good men, there's some good brothers that's done been fucked over, but it's more good women that's done been fucked over. You wonder why a lot of these sisters don't even want to fuck with y'all. Let's just get to the baseline of it. Just like there's a lot of brothers with this red pill rage shit, they done had a woman that's done took them down through there, and that's what they mad about. And I can understand that because I've been on that side of the fence too. But I've also been on the other side of the fence. What we have to do, gentlemen, is have a real cognitive conversation about what's actually going on and get out of the fucking machismo of this YouTube digital universe and this goddamn soapbox thinker like we the go along to get along gang, to quote my homeboy down there in Atlanta. We got to get out of that shit. Speak for yourself and speak how you truly feel and stop just going along with what the popular side of the conversation is. And I'll pass the mic right there.
Well, I can agree with you that it's some dudes out there that have done some things to some women. I mean, of course, I'm pretty sure many of us have. But on the other side of that, these are dudes that these women have chose. It's not like these dudes dropped out of the sky. They didn't crawl up out the ground. They didn't fall out the trees. These women chose these dudes, and likewise, they chose to copulate and reproduce with said dudes. Now, once the children have been produced, born, once they're here, and these dudes are gone, guess what? The sole responsibility of that child, unfortunately for her black ass, is to make sure that child is reared, raised, groomed, counseled, instructed, and educated. It's on her. If
X,
that child
I
is
just,
living with her, it's on her. It's not on
I'm,
his mysterious daddy
and
who she don't even
I
know where the
agree.
hell he is. It's on
Okay,
her.
X, I agree. I agree with that sentiment. I do. I truly agree with that sentiment. Whoever has custodial custody of the child, meaning physical custody of the child, the bulk of the responsibility does lie within the individual who has physical custody, meaning living in the home, meaning spending 24 hours or being responsible for the child physically 24 hours a day. I agree with you. I do. But we all know that there are other things out here that interfere with that. You got societal pressures. You have the pressures of trying to go to work, yet be a mom. Ask the single fathers. And a lot of them would say, "Oh, it's easy." I've been a single parent before. A lot of them would say, "Oh, it's easy to be a single parent. Oh, it's easy." Yeah, that's because you have other things set in play. Especially if you got a job like I have in the military. When your child gets sick, you gotta, hey man, I ain't gonna make it today. My kid's sick. In the military, that shit don't fly. That's the reason why they tell you. That's the reason why they tell you you cannot be a single parent in the United States Armed Services, because they understand what comes along with being a single parent. You can't call in and say my kid is sick today. I won't be able to go to field training. I'm not going to be able to go to this deployment because I don't have anyone to watch my children. You don't get to do that. So when you sit here and say, "Oh, it's these mamas," but what about the mama who's solely physically responsible, but yet financially solely responsible, who has to work a job also? It's easy to find. It's easy to find. It's easy to find these goddamn stories and say, "Oh, it's the mama." But have you ever been in a situation to where you didn't have a support system, where you have to goddamn try to work to provide and keep a roof over the child? The daddy ain't doing shit, ain't paying no money, ain't helping you with the kids or nothing, and you are solely responsible for the child. Yes, is there some fucked up women out here who do things, audacious things to their children? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but
Lazy ass
we're
niggas
talking.
out here who pump and dump and get up and walk
Yeah,
away. Yes. So we
yes, but
gotta stop.
we talking about a minority of men. When we go into those numbers, we talking about a minority of men who are out here just leaving these women high and dry and they got 5 and 10 baby mamas. That's a small percentage of men. That's not the overwhelming majority, especially when you're talking about black men, because the majority of black men don't even have children. The majority of black men don't
Thank
even
you.
have children.
Let me
So
chime in. Let me get in because I haven't really said anything yet. And
go
let
ahead,
me.
go
Okay.
ahead,
And
brother
first off,
Adrian.
let me address you, OG. When you talk about towards, you don't have to check in. Congrats to you, sir. But let me explain something to you. I work at a hospital that need my expertise, which in case sometimes I have to work overtime. Because if it wasn't from that hospital, say an individual like you was to get sick, we the ones that sit back and save your people like you to get well. We save y'all ass. So
You don't
please don't
save
come
me,
at
brother.
don't come to me like that, sir.
You don't
And
save me,
and
brother. I got 26 people
disrespectfully,
in my house right now. I save every day.
this
I
is
don't need your
respectfully,
goddamn saving.
this is
You can take your
respectfully.
white coat and you can put it around
Anyway,
your fucking neck and you can goddamn come
second
off a
off,
tree if you want to. You don't
second
save
off,
Come on,
me, brother.
stop
second
that,
You
off,
don't
man.
second
fucking
off,
save me. Hey,
second
look, bro,
off,
I don't need no
second off.
sidewinding
No, no, you
cheerleading
are,
either.
sir.
I'm gonna tell them exactly what I feel
Whatever,
about it.
man.
You can't
Whatever.
save me. I
Second
got
off,
patients. I
second
got
off,
patients in my
to,
house
to the
right
to
now
the
that
general,
y'all
to the
overdrug,
general.
over medicate,
Can I
and
finish
have the
talking?
motherfuckers in
Can I finish
zombie
talking?
state and think
Can
y'all
I
doing
finish
something real.
talking? Can I finish talking? I
Yeah, go
let you
ahead.
talk. Thank you. To the general. Hey, listen. It's a incident that just had happened, which I think Brother X had brought up towards with the mother who killed her 12-year-old son. Do you know what the husband said about her? He said she
What
was
do you
a
say
good
about
woman. He said she was a good woman. She was a good mother. So I mean, all this good woman shit. I mean, look, that's to me could be subjective. I don't deny that. Some all type of men ran good women through the mud. I mean, it is what it is. But like brother X said, if you start looking at the numbers of how many black men got kids, can you really say that's black men doing that?
Well, I know. Every time we have this conversation, we go back to the numbers, and half of black men don't even have kids and all this bullshit. So we're talking about the ones that do.
Nah,
Now, do you
bullshit,
want to
bro.
talk about? Now, do you want to talk about the 34-year-old black man down there in Houston just 2 weeks, not even a week ago, who just murdered his the estranged girlfriend and his three babies, his own three babies, with a knife and stabbed him up? Do we really want to go down this goddamn
Yeah,
pathway? Is what I'm
yes,
asking.
we can. No, we can. Because when we start looking at the stories, you see way stories of single mothers killing their damn kids, of their
Yeah,
teen
because
fathers
single
killing theirs.
and OG just told you the reason why the numbers are gonna be skewed in the majority favor of women killing their children because the majority of women have their kids.
No, no,
That's
So
no,
those
right.
so
no,
those numbers
no,
so
no,
those numbers
no, no,
my ass
no,
those
no,
numbers
no, no. Because
brother
see, no,
brother
no. So what we
brother
talking
listen
about then? So
those
because the
numbers
mother, whoa, hold on. If the mother
those
has,
numbers no let me respond to you
go ahead, go ahead.
those numbers are going to be skewed showing that mothers of all races kill, maim, mistreat, malnourish their children more than the fathers do
Yeah,
because
that's a fact.
the court system. So what the fuck are we arguing for? Because the court system is
I'm not
swayed.
arguing with you. You
Because
brought
the
up the
court.
father. You're trying to now. You're trying to cover up some shit with the father. And no, that's a no go.
One thing about me is I go straight down the middle. I can pull up just as many stories. I probably not more, but I can pull up just as many stories of men killing their children and the girlfriends and the mothers and the children that are not even theirs, their girlfriends, children's. I can pull up just as many stories. Black men. You goddamn right.
Compared to black women.
Again, you're going to have more women doing it because more women are awarded custody. More women get left with the children. Let's be straight. Point. So let's be straight then. So what are we talking about here?
No, but who? Okay, so who is the
problem?
We
have dysfunction. The problem is we have dysfunction in our community.
But they choose
when we know what
general. We know it. The women choose it.
And men choose it too. What do you mean?
No, they don't. Yeah. That's bullshit. No, they don't, General. The women choose these men. It's
so
a
the
choice.
Women are going out. So the women are going out here saying, "Hey, you random no good ass nigga. I like you."
I'm not gonna do the random. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not the random.
That's what you're saying.
They choose the men. They chose. They they do it for a reason.
Brother,
because usually they know they have a safe. No, hold on. They got a safety.
What we're doing is
that's why they have a safety net.
Listen, brother. Again, I do not disagree. No man can get any woman pregnant unless it's of an audacious occasion where there's rape involved or forcibly entry. I understand when you say they choose these guys. I understand that. But by the same token, these quote unquote good high value men are choosing these ratchet ass women to impregnate as well. We must be fair and we must be down the middle when we have this conversation. Okay, so when I hear these niggas get up here, when I hear these niggas get, come on, man, stop it. When I hear these niggas get up here and complain about how they baby mama is taking them down through there with child support and all this other bullshit, and know what I say? I tell them the same thing they tell the women. You know what, brother? You chose, you chased, you pursued, you asked, you put your dick and nutted inside of her. You did that. The onus is on the owner.
Whoa.
I gotta say, it goes both ways, AJ. I mean, come on, we got.
No.
It goes. Oh yes. You know why? No, but wait, AJ. You know why I say this? It takes sperm and ovum.
Okay, but my thing is this. But what is the intentions? Why would you even allow that guy to do that? If you actually want a family, wouldn't you have this guy marry first?
Hell, bro.
AJ, you funny. AJ.
No, I'm not funny. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I'm not funny. I'm not being funny.
AJ, I'm gonna be serious with you. You ain't never talked or coerced a woman into having sex with you. Oh, baby, you know I love you. You ain't never.
For what?
You ain't never.
She raped him with a gun.
No.
She raped him with a gun.
And actually, when my mother, mother, you asked me a question. Let me answer it. And the woman that actually said I have kids by, I wanted to marry her.
AJ, I got you. I want to ask X. Because X and OG, they're of my generation. I want it because I know that they're going to be honest.
I'm of your generation too.
All right, okay, brother. I know the rest of you brothers up here are going to be honest. You can't tell me that during the course of your life, dealing with women, that you never, ever sweet talked a woman out of her panties. You cannot. If you sit up here and tell me you never did that, you tell them.
I'm not telling a lie. One thing I don't do, I don't lie. No, I don't sweet talk. Let me explain something to you.
Maybe you
really, I was, hold on. Let me explain. Can I explain, please? Because I was raised by a mother and a father. Hold on,
I know how you was raised. We don't need that soliloquy.
No, yes I do. Because that was the way I approached women. That's the way I didn't have to sweet talk nobody out of anything.
You know what?
Well, I
X,
confess,
X.
I've done it.
I
I've done
told
it.
you before.
Have you
No, I
You know
ain't
what?
no.
More than
You know what
once.
though?
More
But you
than
know what
once.
though?
have you
But you
ever
know
Many a
what?
lied?
time.
X,
I
But
haven't.
X, have you
I didn't
ever
have to do it.
X? Okay, well you a
And
you
it's
an
not
anomaly,
bragging.
nigga.
I'm not
X,
bragging. I'm not bragging
okay,
at all.
brother, you are an anomaly. X, have you ever, when you was a young man, single, you was doing your thing, say, hey girl, you know what? I ain't seeing nobody but you. And you know you lying. You know you was lying. You knew it.
Yes.
And you said,
Yes. Especially when I was a young guy and lived by
you
myself.
got her,
And
you got her off at the movie theater, and you left the club, yeah, come on back, and she's like, no, I want to,
Mm-hmm.
and you like, come on, baby,
But you,
I love you, girl.
yes.
You ain't never.
And,
See, that's what I
but
said.
you,
Niggas
I'm
be
coming
Yeah,
from
lying.
the youngest out
I
of three
okay,
I
but
boys.
fine.
confess.
On
But the
top of that,
I
general,
no,
confess.
may I make
I
it?
was direct.
I
Sorry, I
confess.
was very
May,
direct. If I wanted
may I
the
make?
F, I would let her know I wanted the F. It was that simple.
Yeah,
Hey, look,
Okay,
everybody ain't
I
like
bull,
El Jabbar's where a
I,
woman
And
just
I
look
wasn't
at
okay,
him
no
and
pretty
fall in
boy.
love
Don't get
with
it.
him.
I
I mean,
wasn't no
I
player.
had
I
to, I
wasn't
had
no
to
pretty
sweet talk
boy.
a lot of panties
No, I
down.
didn't
You know what I
know.
mean? I
You
sweet
know,
talk,
cause
more
like
than
I said,
matter of
I
more
fact,
was
than
when I
once.
got
raised.
finished and they were pulling their panties up, they'd be like, "What the fuck I just did?"
Look, I was
Because
raised.
I had to give for gab.
I was
So
raised in a
I ain't gonna lie.
household.
See,
but
exactly.
My mother
but you know
scared the
what?
hell out of me.
That's all
She
I.
said, she said
The
we
That's
general.
all
want
I'm
don't
saying.
bring
That's
no
all
kids.
I'm
Look,
saying.
hold on. She said don't bring
Won't you
she
let the
didn't
other
want us to
people
bring
answer the
no
question,
kids in
brother?
that
Before
house.
we
So
already know where you stand.
no,
We
what
We
I'm what,
understand where
understand.
what
you
We
stand
under.
in.
We
You
understand.
didn't do it.
Okay.
So let's everybody else answer that
Okay.
question.
You the man.
Okay,
tenfold,
can I
You
answer
the
the
man.
question,
You
please?
the
May
man.
I answer the question?
tenfold, tenfold.
Hey,
He just
brother.
saying like
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
go
may
not
ahead.
I answer
lying.
the question? May
Go
I
ahead,
answer
my
the
bad.
Yes, I want to
question
hear.
that was put to
I
us?
want to hear
Okay.
from you, brother. Yes.
Now,
Yes.
now, have I done it? Yes, I have. Do I have any baby mamas? No, because the
Okay,
last
you're
woman I sweet
fortunate.
talked. Wait. The last woman I sweet talked out of her panties, I married her, and I've been married to her for damn near 30 years, and we raised
Nice,
two children together. Okay,
nice.
so
We're not
that's
talking
what
about
I
that one.
did.
We're talking about. We're not talking about
We're
that
we're
scenario. We're
talking
talking about
we're talking
the
Okay,
about
woman
the
that
general,
we're
the
said
talking about
general. But
before
the point
that.
I'm
what
making,
we're talking.
the general,
No,
the point I'm making
God
is
damn it,
this.
no. What we're
Listen to what I'm
what
saying,
we're talking
though.
about
You're
is
moving the
when
goalposts,
you
brother. That's
wait.
why
Let
you're
me
not
finish.
listening to you.
Let me lay it out for you. Let me lay it out for you. We're not talking about the woman you sweet talk and end up having a long-standing marriage or relationship. We're talking about women from your past when you were in a high school senior or junior, and maybe was a young college lad, 22, 23 years old, maybe running the streets in the clubs. We talking about
Right?
when you were out there in them streets and you knew your dick got hard because you were rubbing up on it in the club, and you say, hey,
Yeah.
baby, look, let me come on, let's ride on out. And she said, okay, we go for a ride. And you stop by the look, let me get you something to eat. You take her, you all going on to the limit. Hey, you know what? Listen,
I
yeah, you rubbing, feeling,
the
keep talking.
general.
And
You
you
don't have to
sweet
I
explain.
talking.
done
And she's
that.
like,
I
You
no,
done
don't
that
you don't have to
plenty of
no.
times.
explain. I
Okay, then.
understand what you're saying. Yes, I've done it.
All
But what
right,
I'm
then.
saying is,
The
but
only thing is, I
wait.
understand you did
What
it.
I'm saying,
The
what
only, let
I'm
me
saying
finish.
is
The
this.
only, and
What
we're going to move this conversation forward.
wait.
The only
Let
thing
me finish.
is,
Let me finish
you did
answering your
not
question, dear
get
general.
any of. I'm gonna let you finish. Let me lay it out for you. The only
Okay.
thing is, in that scenario, when you did it, because I did it and I just didn't have no babies. I was fortunate enough,
Right.
in some cases,
Exactly.
lucky enough. I was listen. In some cases, I was lucky enough that she didn't get pregnant. In some cases, I was fortunate enough that we used condoms or she was on the pill. See, we got to take
Okay.
accountability,
I
man.
agree. I
Yeah,
agree
yeah.
with that
Oh,
too.
well,
I don't disagree with
this is
that.
what I'm saying. I'm saying that just what you're saying, the general. I didn't impregnate any of those young women.
I, but what I'm
None
saying,
of them.
I didn't sweet talk. I mean, I was direct. Hey, if I seen somebody that was fine at the club, I would walk up to her, let me buy you a drink. I didn't have a
Okay,
problem
well,
with that.
bro. Okay, bro, you an anomaly, and you didn't have to goddamn do no tongue wrestling.
It
Some of
wasn't
us
no,
did,
no.
and
It's
you,
just I just pay attention.
okay, you are,
I would know
you
if
are,
a woman like me.
AJ. Oh my goddamn god, AJ, you are an anomaly, brother. You
I'm
just said,
not a
hey,
anomaly.
listen, I
No,
see. You just walked up. You just walked up to her with the cold approach. You just walked up to her using the hard approach, the ARC approach, and say,
nah,
hey,
don't
look,
do the
I
mode
want to
one.
take
I
you
knew you
home,
finna say
and
that shit. Nah, don't do that. Don't zero.
You
Don't
just
mode
walk
one
and
over here. Maybe
sound.
now, but
No,
not back then. No.
AJ, AJ, can we have the conversation, brother? Can we have the conversation without all this talking over each other and all that
No,
bullshit?
no, go ahead, bro.
You
No,
just
go ahead.
walked up to the woman. You just walked up to the woman in the club and said, hey, I saw you standing over here. Listen, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy you a drink, or two, and then we gonna go back to my place or your place, and I'm gonna fuck the dog shit out of you. Is that cool with you? That's how you did it. You just said on by your own admission. That's how you did it. Hey, I want
No,
to fuck.
I didn't say
You want to
nothing.
fuck?
No, see, you putting words in my mouth. No, I did not say that. What I would do
Right.
is if I would pay attention. If I walk up to her and she starts smiling, that would give me an indication that she likes me, right? She starts
Okay,
talking to
man.
me,
All right.
and then I would be
All
like, okay, let me
So
buy
you
you a
didn't have
drink, and then we would have a conversation.
So
See,
you
this
gonna
is
blame
Let's
it
not
the
on
do
thing
this,
that's
the
gonna beat
General.
my
Let's
chest
not
you
do
here
gonna
this,
because
blame it
General.
on the
Let's not do
alcohol
this.
now.
It wasn't no mold one.
That ain't no
this
Let,
sweet
ain't.
talk.
I'll
This
let,
Alcohol
ain't.
let
can
you
make you sweet
finish.
talk.
Let me finish.
Alcohol
I
can
let you
get it
finish.
in
Let
for
me
that sweet
finish.
talk now.
No, it wasn't no sweet talk. I mean, I didn't sit there and talk about I love you and you just so
Yeah, but you
fine.
had that
And no,
drink in your hand, goddamn it. You know
and she
right now,
did
they
too. She
you can be
did
like
too.
the Bill
OG,
Cosby
it
now,
just made
goddamn. They
it
come back and
better.
get your ass for that
What,
shit.
what,
You don't
You
got a
see,
woman drunk and
Ed,
then take advantage of
you
her and
see,
shit.
Ed, you see, Ed, here's what we have, man. Here is that King Kong. I'm a man, beat my chest, alpha through shit, and I get pussy just cause I showed up on the scene and I walked up
But
to her
guess what?
and I
But
said,
guess what?
"Hey,
no,
how you
no,
doing?"
no,
Guess,
And her
not
pussy
all the
got wet.
time that,
That's
no, no,
how
not
you
all the
beat my
time it
chest.
will work. I'm just saying, General, I
Wait,
mean,
I'm not
look,
trying to
I
make it
can
about you.
tell.
I'm not making it about you. I asked the question: did any of the brothers
Look,
up here
I
have to
feel
sweet
the
talk?
lot. I am not a pretty
Hey,
boy.
goddamn,
I'm far from being a pretty
hey,
boy.
goddamn, bro. It's not
Relax,
but you
about
know
General.
what?
you, bro.
Relax,
But
General. Seriously, relax, man. Because I'm letting you talk.
Goddamn.
We all can talk, man, but relax.
You
Go
keep
ahead.
trying to explain yourself. You
No,
using yourself as anecdotal evidence. We're talking
no,
about
no.
we're talking about the. Oh my fucking god. We're
No,
talking
because
about the
no,
broad
Well,
no.
person.
You're trying to put words
We're
in my
talking about
mouth, like if
yeah.
that's what I was
Well,
doing, and that
we
ain't what
done
I was doing.
we
Hey,
done
let's
made
keep
it to the
going, TP,
hold
brother
on.
ass. Let's keep
We done
going.
made
This
it.
shit is
No.
good.
We done made it to the 4 hour mark. So we're gonna start doing parting shots, and I'm gonna start kicking folks off. Is what's gonna happen.
okay,
Um,
I'll go first. I'll go
well,
go
well.
first.
ahead.
Let me.
Parting shots.
Let me go
Parting
first.
shots.
Let me go first.
You
Okay.
got to
This
simplify. Go ahead.
okay, this is my stand. I stand on my square on this as a man of faith. Okay. And I stand on my square on that too. Okay. Now, the way I look at it is this. Okay. Home training begins at home with your two parents who hopefully are married because they want to be married. They want to be a family. Your wife wants to be a family woman. The man wants to be a family man. Okay, and show and prove what he's got. Right, like when your boy when your boy Flavor Flav says, yeah, show him what you got, show him what you got. Well, as a man, that's what I did with my wife. But my wife, on the flip side, my wife did the same thing. My wife, fortunately, was a doting mother as well, so she really loved up on the kids. But at the same time, when she would say to me, "Oh, Eric, you're being too stern," I said, "No, I'm not being too stern. What I'm doing is explaining to them the difference between right and wrong, because something wrong they may do may hurt them. Okay, you don't stick your finger in an electrical socket because you might die. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is this: it starts at I'm like the general. It starts at home, and then it goes to the school system. But the parents have to be actively involved in the institutional learning of their children as well. I'm done.
All right. Next.
Hey, listen, brothers, I'll go ahead on and take a stab at this. Look, I didn't come up here to argue with anyone. I didn't come up here to point the finger. I simply came up here to keep the thing balanced and equal and down the middle. I understand where you are with it, X, because I feel the same way. However, I understand that women have the children more, just to touch on that point real quick, than men do. So generally, that's why the numbers are the way they are. All right, that's number one. Number two, back to the original context of the conversation we were having, right? As opposed to the education of children. Education and discipline starts at home, bar none, period. Whether it's from a single mother or whether it's from a single father, whether it's from a joint commission of the mother and the father. Real quick, I got a homeboy whose mother had polio. His dad died in Vietnam the year after he was born.
That boy, that young man went on to become a one-star general in the United States Army. Got commissioned to go to West Point, and his mother had polio. His mother had polio. Single mother with polio on them goddamn walking sticks. And she raised that boy to be a straight A honor roll student, very disciplined, very courteous, very respectful. So yes, it does happen on the opposite end of the spectrum as well. We're talking about the modern day society where YouTube, Instagram, and all this other shit has influences over our children. The streets influence our children. Our music, the music that we listen to influence our children, and the parents are nowhere to be found. One, because they're trying to keep a roof over their head and keep the kids fed. Now you do have the low end where you got Section 8 motherfuckers, welfare motherfuckers who just raise the kids up well enough to wipe their own ass, wash the goddamn face, and walk to the bus stop by themselves. Is that happening in our community? Yes, it is. Yes, X, you are absolutely correct. But again, I must also ask, like OG asked, why don't the fathers then see that that's what's happening with their seed, their legacy, and not fight for them? I did it. The other brother up here says he did it. Goddamn OG said he did it. So we got to put the onus on the owner and stop just making excuses and pointing the finger. That's all I want to say. Thanks, brother, for having me.
Absolutely. Peace, brother General. Brother AJ,
Yeah, let me
you
get
up
in on
next.
this. First off, man, I appreciate you guys sending me the link so late, brother. My apology. Like I say, when the job calls and federal, they mandating us now with the overtime and shit. So shit, they mandating us with everything. We forced to take this shot. We forced to basically do everything. But it is what it is. I signed up for it, so I'm not complaining. Um, my stance is this. I mean, a lot of brothers going to disagree with me on this on the panel, but no, it is the woman's fault. It's mostly with these black, and I don't call them black women because I make a distinction between a black woman and a BB. I'm not gonna do that on your thing. You know me, brother X. I actually go worser. I give them worser names, but no, they have a choice at the end of the day, and they always choose to go wrong with it. Like my brother, little big Nate. We sit there and see the way they vote, the things that they do, the choices that they make, and they need to be held accountable, which they're never held accountable for. If at the end of the day, a lot of people be saying towards with the black men, towards having kids with these broads, but still they held accountable some type of way. Child support, it's knowing that who's saying that they're not paying it, but mostly men are held accountable. These broads are not. There's a safety net every fucking time for them. And I'm getting tired of that shit. And now why the black society, black communities, all that shit is destroyed is because of them broads. It's that simple. Now, good black women that does things right, I love them. I have mad respect for them. I support them. Them motherfuckers, no, they need to catch this motherfucking heat. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep bringing it to their asses. And rest in peace to that young 12-year-old boy. I'm from Chicago, and that shit just disgusts me. And that shit turnaround could have been stopped. And let me say this right quick.
Well,
That's
I'm gonna
been
be
a single
talking about
father.
it Friday. I'm gonna be streaming about it Friday night.
No,
So if you want to
but
come
brother
through,
X, let me say this, because honestly, I almost been in a similar situation, and let me tell you, fathers, this: if your kids, or because my youngest son had called me, he was having problems, something was going on, because his mother, she's married now, right, and she's pregnant. She's supposed to be having a kid by her husband, which she should, correct? I don't have a problem with that. That's, me and her been done years ago. But he was saying he was calm and collect, but he was saying that his mother was acting a little off. So I told him, okay, hold on. All right, let me call her, find out myself. So I call her, right? And she gets to crying, saying that he is not listening to her. She was like, come and get him. And I was like, okay, what's going on? She's like, just come and get him. He's not listening. She's crying. So I said, okay. And I'm thinking, like, why she's acting like this? And then she got a husband. Her husband, you would think the husband would take over and be like, wait, hold on, calm down. What's going on? But you know what I did? I didn't hesitate. I said, okay, let me go get my son. Because I could tell he had a calm demeanor, but she was in the background snapping. So I went and got my son, and I told him, I told him, knowing he has a cell phone, he got his older brother, but I told him, if anything like that ever happens again, you better not hesitate to call me. If you have to leave that house, leave that fucking house. Call me. You get your brother, y'all get the fuck out that house, you call me. I'm gonna come and get y'all. Like that, and it bothers me so bad what happened to that, because that could have been avoided. It really could have. And hold on, and then I actually brought this up to a coworker, a nurse at my job. I actually explained to her, because it was bothering me, and I brought it up to her, and she, know what she said to me, Brother X, and the people on the panel. Know what she said to me? Oh, just because she's pregnant. I said, okay, well, say I had a bad day at work, and I go home and I start snapping on my sons. Would that be cool? Crickets. She ain't say shit. I'm tired of this shit. Hold these motherfuckers accountable. That's it, man.
We're going to be talking about this Friday night because I'm going to talk about this story of little Caden Ingram and his old mammy, Fallon Harris. And y'all probably gonna discover some stuff about this story that you didn't know before. I think Brother Game Changer's coming through as well because he did a stream on it earlier today. So we're gonna be talking about these things, man. And we're probably not just gonna be talking about this killing. We're probably gonna be talking about the killing of children, period.
And let me add this, Brother X, and I'm glad. I probably, hopefully, that I can, because this, it hurts my heart. I think that when I see stories like that, looking at that child picture, it's like looking at my youngest son. But what makes it even worse, knowing I'm in Chicago and she's in Chicago, this broad had a $45 hour paying job for the fucking city.
Yes, yeah, she worked for the city. She was what, $45 an hour? That comes out to what, about 80 grand a year, 85 grand a
90,
year.
90
So
grand.
so she wasn't some ratchet broke welfare queen. She was none of that. She
So
was
what we
none of
talking
that.
about right now? I'm not going just
Was none of that.
right. Thank you. We need to hold these motherfuckers accountable. That boy didn't deserve to lose his life. And a lot of these kids out here losing their lives. And then you got the savages that come from these fucking households. Like I said,
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
go there. But OG,
Well-
if you want to come up with something you want to debate to us with this, I'll debate you on this one. And hopefully, if I don't have to do overtime, respectfully, sir, because I'm not here to disrespect you, man. I rock with you, OG. I'm willing to. We could discuss that. We could debate that. That
Yes,
goes
sir.
for anybody, man. Let me
Yes,
get on
sir.
out of here, man. Before I lose, man. All right,
Thanks for
brother.
calling
All
too,
right, the
man.
other brother on the side. I don't know his name. Appreciate
Come
talking
through
to you too,
Friday.
sir. All right.
We'll be talking about the Fallon Harris case on Friday. So
Okay.
Friday
Okay.
night is going down.
All right, set up that debate, man. I
Peace.
hope you. I was just kidding. I know you got to work, man. I salute
Yeah,
you
we'll
for
we'll
taking
figure
care
it
of
out,
people.
OG. Yeah, we'll figure
I
it out.
salute you
Hopefully
for
next
taking
week.
care of people, man. You know me. Half of it is 20%, and the other is 80%. You got to figure out which one it is.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everybody in the chat too, man. You guys on the panel, my bad for coming so
All right.
late, but hopefully we can do something next time. All right, y'all, man. Brother X, man, love, man. You know I love you, bro, man.
Peace,
Talk to you, brother.
brother
Always
AJ.
search for the truth.
Hey, salute, AJ.
All right.
All right.
So it's my time, right, gentlemen?
Yep. Your turn. Your
Okay.
turn, OG.
The first thing I would like to say, thank you for having me for another great show. It started off one way, we get that out of the way, and then we get into some other stuff, and it's always good. Shake up is good. When you bring up that story that you talking about, I don't know if my boy want to really debate me on the story. I have a young lady named Charlene. She's no longer in my household. But in 2005, y'all can look this up, in California, there was a black man killed his mother, father, the baby mom, and the baby. See, this is what I deal with. I deal with trauma in our community. And I'm not going to point fingers at one way or the other. Bad behavior, mental illness, and all the shit that we do that's wrong in our community, we got to be accountable for. But to get up on these streets and blame one half over the other half when you're not there. You know, a lot of these brothers, let me just be honest, none in particular, but a lot of these brothers are more careful who they take their car to than who they leave their children to be raised by. They wouldn't even take their car to a shitty mechanic or a shade tree mechanic. They go take it and get it top notch. They go get the best wheels, the best sounds, best everything. And they go get word from mouth or either check out the person credibility as far as being able to fix their fucking car. But then they know these women having problems and they won't do the same thing for their children. Now that's where I really have a problem at. And then you want to blame, you leave the child with a wolf, and then when your child act like a fucking wolf, you surprised. Why the fuck you surprised? You shouldn't be surprised if that motherfucker killed 20 people. You should be surprised that he only killed 20. You know who you left her with, you know. But when you was, you know, dangling and wangling, putting that thing in her, and she had on that goddamn lipstick and, you know, weave or whatever she had on, she was looking hot with them damn short skirts and them high heels on or whatever. Your ass wasn't thinking about none of that shit in the future. And I'm not talking about anybody on the panel, but I'm just saying this is what I hear in the YouTube street, man. So for you out there who want to blame one side, keep on doing that and see how far that gets you. Now, do you have the right for the talk about the bad things that happen in our community with women? You damn right. And I am one of the ones who talk about it. As a matter of fact, I even made a song about it. I sound like Living Color now. I did. I made a song about it. And why brothers don't want to talk to sisters because they ain't listening. But into the scheme of things, I think we have to be honest. And I think that's what the gentleman was trying to bring to the conversation. If you got 80% of our children being raised by women, just in general, we're going to have high numbers in any level of her raising that child. High numbers in success, or high numbers in non-success, high numbers in killing, compared to the other numbers that are out there due to the point she got physical custody. So when you got brothers, they did a Texas study and said brothers have their kids are they're more to be successful kids when brothers are single fathers versus single mothers. That study was done in 1996 in Texas. So I do know that side too, and that's why one of the reasons I did go and get my child out of the courtroom, and I had to fight like hell. I ain't saying it's going to be easy, but I'm saying I cared more about my child than I did my damn car or my career. And so, understanding all that, brothers, I don't hate brothers for their gripes with black women, because they gripes, none of the things I have heard that they are griping about is untrue. But what I'm saying is, until I can find a civilization where women are walking around impregnating themselves and raising kids to be wild goddamn wolves or whatever y'all want to call them, I'm going to go be complete in my story of what I see. I don't see a civilization where women can impregnate themselves and raise kids by themselves with no man in it, and they're wild children, act just like the mother, trying to be like the mothers, and hell, even the males want to be the mother. So until that happens, I'm gonna have to call it as I see it. If you go out there and you get a woman impregnated, that back in the day when I was coming up, your shotgun was on your neck and you probably still have the goddamn barrel smoking on your goddamn head if you didn't say I do. But since we don't have that much, going back to the school system, the last time I know they was letting people do math on calculators on their phone. So I don't know what you go have turning out from that. So the school system is broken. The parents' system is broken. I think we're going to have to get both of them together, get both of them straightened out. If we don't, we're just setting ourselves up for failure. That's all I got to say. Peace and love. And may we always strive for the truth. We will always have different opinions on different ways of getting there. But I think all these brothers, even the ones I disagree with, that we want our people to be much better. and make better
OGJ
choices.
Speed, thanks for saying that, man. I appreciate it because I'm right in line with your thinking, man.
Yes, sir.
All right. Peace, OG. I guess we're gonna try to do something with AJ down the road. I don't know what that's gonna look like, but we'll try to
Okay.
do something down the road. And peace, brother, simplify as well. I will see y'all
Amen.
brothers. I will see
See
y'all
you.
brothers on the other side.
Yep.
Peace.
Thanks for letting me up.
You got
Peace.
it.
Salute.
You got it, man. Yeah, y'all, we're gonna go ahead and close the hell out. It's been quite a night. It's been 4 hours and 19 minutes and 37 seconds, god damn it. It actually started out pretty good though. I had my man S.K.C up here. Him and the OG actually had a pretty mellow, laid back debate, folks. A pretty mellow, laid back debate. But after that, though, it just went in all kinds of directions. Though we started talking about education. And once you start talking about these things, you kind of start placing a certain amount of blame one direction or the other. And you know me, all right. I think a lot of this shit has to do with these old mamas. And see, when you come up here and you try to give these old mamas wiggle room, they get no wiggle room here. Yeah, this ain't the place for wiggle room. Not for them old mamas. Not here. Maybe somewhere else, but here they get no wiggle room. Okay? Because they have control of the children. All right? I don't give a damn about the circumstances of why they have them. They have them. I don't care if they rode 5 dicks and now they got 5 kids. I don't care about any of that. I don't care. I care that they now have physical custody of those children. They have physical custody of those children. Therefore, they are responsible for the care, custody, control, counsel, guidance, instruction, and education of said children. I don't think it's the responsibility of these dudes who squirted them in them that are nowhere to be found. Because first she would probably have to go find him, and once she find him, figure out what his name is. So I don't care about that. Once those children are here, okay, the onus is on you. The onus is on you. You got these children with you. You've decided to have them. You decided to lay down and have them squirted inside of you. Guess what? I don't want to hear your story. I don't care about how the father left. I don't care about any of that. What I want to know is who is responsible for this kid. Okay? You're responsible for this kid. This kid is living with you. Therefore, you are responsible for this child's education. And I won't move off of that. I won't move off of that. Now, if you and this man are co parenting, that's different. Now it's a mutual discussion, it's a mutual situation. But if you done laid up and had the 5 kids by 5 random ass men and you don't know where none of them at, woman, that's your fault. Okay? That's your fault that you let that happen. And you let it happen more than once. So guess what? On T.P.O.T, the old mamas get no wiggle room here. None. And I mean none. So that's where I stand. Now, people may say, oh, X, you're not balanced. You only blame one side. Guilty. Guilty is charged. I plead guilty to that one. Because, see, when it comes to these old mamas, I ain't balanced. No, I am not balanced. Why? Because I know that a lot of the problems that are caused in Black society, I know that these children's lack of education, these children's lack of discipline, these children's lack of guidance, counsel, instruction, I know it comes from there. The numbers prove it. The numbers are on my side. they are on my side. Statistically, man, most people that are in prison come from single mother households. Most rapists, most people doing life. I mean, I can go on and on and on and on and on. The children that have the most problems in school, the children that have the most developmental problems, social problems, dealing with other people. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, man. These are the kids that are out there shooting people in the head, robbing liquor stores, stealing cars, and knocking old ladies in the head, taking their purses. These are the people that are doing it. And we all know where they come from. We all know where they come from. We can sit back and deny it, talk about the nuances, why it's that way, where are the men. We can do all of that shit. We can do all of that shit. But what I'm not going to let you do is leapfrog over mama. Okay? I'm not going to let you leapfrog over mama. I'm not going to let you leapfrog over her responsibility in this. I'm not going to let you leapfrog over her accountability in this. I'm not going to let you leapfrog over the fact that not only does she groom this stuff, but a lot of times she enables it. She enables it. And I'm not going to let you leapfrog over that shit, man. I'm not going to let you do it. Not here. On the T.P.O.T. YouTube page. You Negroes know. But anyway, I appreciate everybody coming on tonight, man. This stream went way longer than it was supposed to go. But before we go, y'all know I got to hit y'all in the head with T.P.O.T's programming notes. Yeah. Oh, I got to turn up the camera too. God damn it. I got tired, y'all. It's raining like a motherfucker outside, which means it's going to fuck me up for tomorrow. God damn it. Yeah. We got a few good shows coming up. For instance, tomorrow, Citizen Lou will be here. And he'll be talking about traveling, expatriating, and he'll be dropping some travel gems on you brothers who like to travel. Because y'all know Citizen Lou, he does travel quite a bit. Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the T.P.O.T. YouTube page. You Negroes know. Then Friday, we talk about this story, man. And we're going to go in depth on it, man. We're going to talk about some things that y'all probably didn't know. Some things have surfaced about the case that a lot of people probably aren't familiar with. And I do believe Brother Game Changer, I did communicate with Brother Game Changer today via email because he did a stream on it earlier. So Brother Game Changer will be here as well. And man, we're going to talk about this, man. And I invite all you brothers to come through, man, and talk about this, man, because, you know, regardless of what was said on the panel tonight, these types of things, man, are not isolated incidents. Okay? They're not isolated incidents of these women killing these children. Okay? They're not. You know? So we'll be throwing down, man, Friday night, man. We'll be talking about the Caden Ingram story and the Fallon Harris story, man, and know how this all came about, and also, man, how this could have been avoided. Okay. And what's really, I'll give y'all a little teaser, man. I'll give y'all a little Easter egg. What's really perplexing to me is that they're trying to make her ass the victim now. Can you believe that? Not the child who's dead. with 2 bullet wounds in him, but the fucking person who shot him, trying to make her the victim. So make sure you hear Friday, man, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, boy. We going in, man. We're throwing down Friday night. And I have a few other stories as well. So make sure you hear, all right? Friday night it goes down. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up, man. I appreciate everybody, man, coming through tonight, man. As always, shout out to all the brothers that was here tonight, man. Brother Semper Fi, the General, brother AJC in red, and of course, the OG J Speed and brother Supreme squared off in the digital square circle, and also a shout out to my man, brother KIT, the official timekeeper of the T.P.O.T debates. I appreciate all you good folks out there, man. All you good folk in here as well, man. I appreciate all the super chats and the cash apps tonight. I don't take y'all lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. Y'all know that, you know. And regardless of anything else, man, when it comes down to it, man, we're always going to have arguments. We're always going to have disagreements, man. But one thing that we're never, ever going to have here is a consensus amongst all people, because we all think differently, man. We all don't think alike. And people don't like you to say, well, we need to disagree. We need to agree to disagree. No, what I think we need to do is to agree that we have our own perspectives. We don't have to agree to disagree. We can just agree that, hey, you have your mind frame, I have my mind frame, you have your ideals, I have my ideals. We can just agree on that. All right. And when it comes to that kind of stuff, I do believe that we don't have to be disagreeable. And likewise, I don't think that we all got to be balanced. All right. We don't all have to be balanced. All right. When you go watch a football game, right, you don't hope that they at halftime they break out the baseball bats and the baseballs, right? So, like the brothers always say, man, the show is about what the show is about. All right. I don't build this as being balanced. I build this as hours of power. Says nothing about balance. I'm not here to appease everybody. I'm here to talk about the shit I want to talk about. Pretty simple. But anyway, I appreciate everybody coming through, man, as always. And as always, I will leave you good folk with 3 words. Oh, appreciate that, brother AJ. God damn it, I'm trying to get out of here. He dropping coins on the damn platform. So appreciate that, brother AJ, with the $5 super chat at the end of the night while the club is closing and we sweeping the floor. But you get a coin drop just the same. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. So, brother AJ takes us home. With that, I will leave you good folk with 3 words, you know, like I always do. Open your mind.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion.
The Proper Thought City.
PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper until you read over and over and see white families come? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? Think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to protect us? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
Copy. San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. No. Sell it to the people. Sell it to the people and sell it to the world. You tell us single motherhood is good. How have we benefited from single motherhood? Some of you niggas just survived it.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your mind.